Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of the 2024 International Mayors Forum is about to begin. Please be seated. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2024 International Mayors Forum. Please give a big round of applause for this remarkable event. And it is such a heartwarming as well to see everyone gather here in Jakarta. Hi everyone, thank you for coming and flying into this city. So at the beginning, we presented to you the dance, Jakarta Urban Dance. It depicted the Jakarta growth and the public transportations that have grown rapidly in the city. And it also depicted and encapsulates the IMF's of 2024 theme, which is accelerating action at the local level to achieve the 2030 agenda and the sustainable development goals. So we're going to have 3 days in a row and we're going to discuss about this topic. And the 2024 International Mayors Forum is organized by the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs and the government of the Republic of Indonesia, represented by the Jakarta Special Region in collaboration with the United Cities and local governments in Asia Pacific and the local 2030 coalition. And it is my privilege as the Master of Ceremony, and I am also going through all of the processions with you throughout the 3-day forum. And how remarkable it is to see everyone here in Jakarta as we gather to have our own sharing values, which is advancing sustainable development at the local level. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we start, allow me to welcome and say hello to the guests of honors that are already presented and here among us this morning. First up, the acting governor of Jakarta and the co-president of the United Cities and Local Government Asia Pacific, Honorable Mr. Heru Budi Hartono. Selamat pagi, Bapak. Selamat datang. And also would like to say hello to the Secretary of Planning of Ecuador, Ms. Sariha Moya. Good morning to you. Where are you? Oh, hi. Good morning. And also would like to say good morning dan selamat pagi kepada Director General of Regional Development, Ministry of Home Affairs of Indonesia, Mr. Restu Ardi Daud. Selamat pagi, Bapak. The Assistant to Secretary General for Economic Development of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Nafid Hanif. Good morning to you, sir. And also the Director General of Multilateral Cooperation from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, Mr. Tri Tariat. Selamat pagi. Head UN Office for Sustainable Development, Department of Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Chun Kyo Park. Good morning to you, sir. And also Secretary General, United Cities and Local Government, Asia Pacific, Ms. Bernadia Irawati Chandra Dewi. Selamat pagi. And of course, honorable speakers and moderators and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today we'll hear from all of our esteemed speakers engaged in thought-provoking discussions which opens ample opportunities for networkings and collaborations, and we are confident that this is the forum to have meaningful dialogue and as well as actionable outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, to get a glimpse of Jakarta's 2030 agenda and sustainable development, now I would like to invite everyone to watch the video of SDGs Jakarta. So let's watch the videos together.
Building sustainable cities is a mission that is carried out in the present for the good of the future. Jakarta is committed to carrying out said mission, ensuring a city with more resilience and livability. Not only Jakarta has grown into an advanced metropolis, it is ready to transform into a global city on par with developed cities in the world. As a commitment, Jakarta implements 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which are centered on 5 dimensions: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. This year, Jakarta acts as the host of the International Mayors Forum on 2 until 4 July 2024. In this meeting, Jakarta will present documents on the achievements of the Sustainable Development Goals contained in the voluntary local reviews. This is the second VLR from Jakarta with the theme of Building a Livable and Sustainable Global City. In this theme, Jakarta raises 3 main issues: accessibility, livability, and environment. Citizen mobility is constantly improved thanks to the integrated public transportation access. In line with the spirit of maintaining a balance between economic growth, ecological sustainability, and social justice. Currently, the Transjakarta bus route covers 537.5 kilometers and is the longest bus rapid transit system in the world. Integrated with the Jakarta MRT line, which has underground and elevated lines. Good environmental quality is an indicator of a livable city. For this reason, managing waste is a shared responsibility. Reducing, sorting, and recycling waste has been carried out by Jakarta residents. The result of this waste selection can encourage a circular economy by processing waste into reusable materials, such as compost and recycled products, which can be utilized by various industries. The marine environment is also continually being preserved. One of the pilot projects carried out in Jakarta is to restore green mussels. This program aims to restore the green mussel population and improve seawater quality. In this program, the public is educated about the ecological importance of green mussels, which promotes their sustainable use. With a number of best practices implemented, Jakarta is ready to accelerate the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. Together, let us protect the Earth for a better future.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Jakarta's commitment as it thrives as a global city, and keeping in mind and the timeline as the 2030 agenda is on the line as well, and the sustainable development goals for one of the urban cities of Indonesia. And now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we would like to invite Mr. Nafid Hanif, the Assistant Secretary General for Economic Development of the United Nations, Department of Economic and Social Affairs, to deliver his remarks. Please welcome Mr. Nafid Hanif.
By embracing sustainability, they can create livable, resilient, and prosperous communities. In my view, he eloquently captured the overarching objective of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals, which are meant to create an inclusive, resilient, prosperous future for all on a healthy planet. A future in which no one is left behind. But we know such future will be created in the cities and at the local levels. Why? Because nearly 70% of the world's population expected to live in cities by 2050. Cities consume over 2/3 of the world's energy and are responsible for more than 75% of energy-related greenhouse gas emissions. Cities also contribute as much as 80% of the global GDP. 65% of the SDG targets are linked to the work and mandates of local and regional governments. Realization of 90% of the SDGs targets is related directly or indirectly with infrastructure investments. And most of these will happen in urban areas, especially in developing countries. That is why the SDG Summit last year identified localization of SDGs as one of the high-impact initiatives that could drive SDG implementation. But mayors, it is the same summit that issued the call to rescue the SDGs. The SDG Progress Report 2024, which was launched by the Secretary General on Friday, tells us that only 17% of the targets are on track. SDGs are indeed dire need of a booster. And we do not have a moment to lose. The deadline is fast approaching. The clock is ticking. Ladies and gentlemen, I just don't want to paint a grim picture. I have also read very encouraging stories of how the cities and local governments are embracing SDGs and driving action. Right here in Indonesia, Jakarta Smart City Initiative, Surabaya Waste Management Program, Bandung Public Transportation Improvement, and Bali Life Below Water are advancing implementation to give us hope and courage to meet this challenge. We have also heard reassuring stories from all over the world, from Kerala to Cape Town, from Gothenburg to Freiburg, and Barcelona to Toyama. It's all what the mayors have accomplished. Above all, 10,000 cities and local governments have joined the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. You are leading action. Local and regional governments are the beacon of hope. You will drive change. But the change must increasingly focus Let me welcome the Honorable Minister. Thank you, Minister, for joining us. Thank you. The change must focus on structural and transformational changes if you really want to put this world on a sustainable path. And why so? Why can't we continue with business as usual? Why can't we just do tinkering on the margins? And let me tell you why that will not work. We have identified 6 key transitions that every society will have to undergo. There is no choice. There are no options. These transitions include food systems, and you already see because of climate change, you have to rethink your food systems. Energy access and affordability. Digital connectivity, which also includes artificial intelligence. Education, jobs and social protection, climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. These transitions are imperative and require structural changes. Those changes at the national and subnational levels would span from improving governance to rethinking policy to managing trade-offs and above all, reorienting our markets. Let's not measure prosperity just by GDP growth. Measure prosperity for the well-being of society, for the health of this planet. And that will be a systemic shift in mindset, the way we measure our growth, well-being, and prosperity. But ladies and gentlemen, local action is critical. It does not happen in a vacuum. You are directly impacted by the global events. Many countries are still grappling with the short and long-term effects of global events ranging from COVID-19, conflicts, inflation, rising cost of capital, growing trade protectionism, and ravages of climate change. These are taking a heavy toll on our societies in terms of living standards, lives and livelihoods, social cohesion, and basic human security. There is a growing call. Global community has to act in solidarity to address these challenges. I also want to add special emphasis to affordable and long-term finance that every government needs. We have a 4.5 trillion SDG financing gap. That's why the UN Secretary General has repeatedly called for the implementation of the SDG stimulus. Let me assure you, the UN is trying to advance solutions at the global level. I urge you to add your voice and ideas to these efforts, starting with the Summit of the Future, which will be held in September in New York this year. The 4th Conference on Financing for Development and the World Summit for Social Development, both will be held next year in June and September. This forum's deliberations will also contribute to the high-level political forum starting next week in New York. We are listening to you. We want your contributions. Your voices should be loud and clear about the global actions that are needed for local governments to deliver on the promise of leaving no one behind. Ladies and gentlemen, as I acknowledge, the challenges are global, but the solutions often begin at the local levels. As the UN Secretary General said, cities are where the climate battle will largely be won or lost. I believe that collaboration and knowledge sharing among cities are vital. Forums like this provide an invaluable platform for exchanging innovative ideas and successful strategies. I urge all of us to strengthen our partnerships, both within our cities and with our counterparts around the world. By working together, we can amplify our impact and accelerate the transition to a sustainable, inclusive, and climate-resilient future. Let me assure you that my department, UNDESA, remains your partner with unwavering commitment to advance localization of the SDGs for accelerated implementation. And we have just 6.5 years to go. Let me conclude by a quote from Mayor of Barcelona, Ada Colau. Local authorities have the unique ability to innovate and implement sustainable solutions that can inspire the rest of the world. Let's inspire each other and the whole world with boundless enthusiasm and commitment for bold actions to create a prosperous future for everyone on a healthy planet. We owe it to succeeding generations. Thank you again for your engagement and participation. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanif, for the remarks. It is indeed a lot of concerns and challenges that are faced by cities, and it is also beyond importance that cities lead where this planet is actually going. So who will actually now rule the world? The mayors it is, right? And before we start, we'd like to say welcome to the Minister of National Development Planning, or the head of Bappenas, His Excellency Mr. Suharto Mono Arfa. Terima kasih Bapak, dan selamat datang di acara 2024 International Mayors Forum. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next we are honored to invite Mr. Restu Ardi Daud, the Director General of Regional Development, Ministry of Home Affairs, to deliver his remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Restu Ardi Daud.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace be upon us. To begin this opportunity, please allow me to convey greetings from the Minister of Home Affairs, Republic of Indonesia, and express his apologies for not being able to attend this important meeting, since at the same time he's carrying duties abroad, and asked me to convey his remark in this IMF forum. The Honorable Minister for National Development Planning, also the head of National Development Planning Agency, Governor of the Special Region of Jakarta, Assistant Secretary General for Economic Development, United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, Directorate General Multilateral, Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Secretary General of United Cities and Local Government of Asia Pacific, UN Resident Coordinator for Indonesia, representative of UN agencies and international experts or their representative, head of regions for all represented countries, and ladies and gentlemen. On this occasion, I'd like to extend my sincere appreciation to the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs as the initiator and organizer of this event, and also the provincial government of Jakarta as the host, and also all of the partners and committee members involved in making the forum possible. I also extend my gratitude for all of you for your presence here today, and it is an honor for me to be here with all of you, the heads of regions from various participating countries, who undoubtedly bring incredible enthusiasm from your respective area to contribute the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, the global community has made a strong commitment to implementing the SDGs. Sustainable development is not merely a discourse. It is a critical need that must be fulfilled to ensure the survival and well-being of present and future generations. Indonesia, as one of the countries committed to implementing the SDGs, has taken various strategic steps to integrate them into national policies and development programs, as well as regional development. Ongoing initiatives to reach the SDGs targets in Indonesia are showing promising outcomes. However, we acknowledge that Indonesia has significant tasks ahead in achieving the SDGs. Successfully attaining these goals depends not only on governmental efforts, but also demands active engagement from all societal sectors, such as private sector, academia, and also the civil society organization. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the growing trend of urbanization, where more people are moving to urban areas, poses a development challenge for many cities globally. Projections indicated that by the 2050, around 68% of the world population will live in urban areas. It is essential to create public access to strategic urban spaces to enable people to leverage the benefits of urban living. Therefore, it is relevant that this year's International Mayor Forum will focus on discussing 6 case transitions as investment pathways to achieve the SDGs. According to the World Economic Forum in Global Risks Report 2024, over the past decade, global environmental risks have ranked among the top 4 global risks worldwide. These risks include severe climate change, disruptions to Earth's system, biodiversity loss, and ecosystem disruption, and diminishing national resources. In terms of education, according to the UNESCO report, there are still approximately 258 million children who are out of school, with poverty being one of the main barriers to access. Additionally, according to the data from a Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, 282 million people across 59 countries face severe hunger in 2023, an increase of 24 million from the previous years. The escalation in hunger rates is linked partly to issues such as political instability and global conflicts. Meanwhile, environmental challenges such as climate change persist in threatening agriculture and food productivity in the future. From those perspectives, it's evident that the global community faces numerous and intricate challenges in achieving sustainable development. Consequently, there are several aspects we must collectively strengthen to accelerate the achievement of SDGs. Firstly, enhancing collaborating and partnerships. Collaboration across regions, both domestically and internationally, facilitates the exchange of ideas and technologies to tackle the first challenges encountered by its regions. Secondly, innovation and technology. We must continue to promote innovation across diverse sectors, including renewable energy usage, environmentally friendly waste management, and various technological innovations in other sectors. Thirdly, empowering and engaging the community. It is crucial that every policy and program we undertake actively involves and inclusively engages the community, aligning with the SDGs principle of ensuring no one left behind. In this context, the role of mayors is crucial as they lead the implementation of policies and programs that support sustainable development at the local levels. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to everyone who attended this International Mayor Forum 2024. I hope policymakers, city leaders, and stakeholders attending here can use this forum to engage in dialogue and exchange knowledge about urban challenges and promoting local acceleration action for the 2030 Agenda and SDGs. I am optimistic that we can draw valuable lessons from the experiences and best practices shared by different countries and organizations. By fostering close international collaboration and strong synergy, we can address complex and dynamic global challenges effectively and create a better sustainable world for future generations. Thank you very much, and terima kasih. Selamat pagi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daud, for the remarks. It is also very proud to say that Indonesia is aligning its mission on the 2030 Agenda as well as SDGs nationally and regionally. And talking about Jakarta, we're talking about who rule the world, mayors. Jakarta has 6 mayors. and only one governor, of course. And Jakarta is a city that always carries the burden of having a lot of diverse origins. Just like us today, it is a melting pot of diverse origins who will share the ideas and thoughts to have actionable outcomes on SDGs and cities' governance and solutions. All right, so it is time then for now to us inviting the acting governor of Jakarta and the co-president of UCLG Asia Pacific to deliver his remarks. Please welcome the Honorable Mr. Heru Budi Hartono.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to deliver my remarks in Bahasa Indonesia, so you may use the handset for translation. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu sekalian, selamat pagi. Yang kami muliakan, kami hormati Menteri Perencanaan Pembangunan Nasional, Kepala Bappenas, Bapak Suharso Manoarfa. Terima kasih Bapak sudah hadir. Yang mulia Asisten Sekretaris Jenderal untuk Pembangunan Ekonomi, Departemen Urusan Ekonomi dan Sosial, Perserikatan Bangsa-Bangsa, Mr. Navid Hanif. Head of Office United Nations Office for Sustainable Development, Mr. Chun Kyo Park. Direktur Jenderal Bina Pembangunan Daerah mewakili Menteri Dalam Negeri Republik Indonesia, Bapak Restuardi Daud. Direktur Kerjasama Multilateral Kementerian Luar Negeri Republik Indonesia, Bapak Tri Tariat. Terima kasih Bapak. Sekretaris Jenderal United Cities and Local Government of Asia Pacific, UCLG ASPAC, Dr. Bernadia Chandra Dewi. Para gubernur dan wali kota negara anggota PBB, para delegasi undangan dan hadirin yang saya hormati. Selamat datang kepada seluruh delegasi International Mayors Forum 2024 di Jakarta. Kota global berjuta pesona, menjadi pusat perekonomian nasional dan akselerator pembangunan di Indonesia. Saya juga terima kasih kepada United Nations Officer for Sustainable Development yang telah mempercayakan kota Jakarta sebagai tuan rumah penyelenggara IMF tahun ini. Jumlah delegasi yang berpartisipasi mencapai 200 orang dari 36 negara dan 74 kota di kawasan Afrika, Asia, Pasifik, Amerika Latin, dan Asia Barat. Kami sangat berbangga bahwa momen ini berlangsung di tengah suasana hari ulang tahun ke-497 kota Jakarta yang masih sangat terasa. Dan acara ini hadiah bagi kami, Bapak Ibu bisa hadir di Jakarta. Sejak tahun 2017, Jakarta telah berintegrasi prinsip tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan ke dalam rencana pembangunan daerah. Salah satunya melalui rencana aksi daerah SDGs. Kerangka peraturan ini pun menguraikan target dan indikator yang disesuaikan dengan konteks Jakarta. Secara rutin, pemerintah Provinsi Jakarta melakukan pemantauan dan evaluasi terhadap pelaksanaan rencana aksi tersebut melalui mekanisme yang ditetapkan oleh Sekretariat SDGs. Selain itu, berbagai kebijakan dan inisiatif telah diimplementasikan untuk mendorong pencapaian target SDGs di tingkat daerah. Dalam mencapai tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan dan agenda 2030, pemerintah Provinsi DKI Jakarta telah melakukan beberapa upaya yang berfokus pada beberapa hal. Yang pertama, penanggulangan kemiskinan perkotaan. Mengalokasikan sekitar 18,96 triliun rupiah untuk pengentasan kemiskinan. Alokasi ini tidak ada di kota-kota lain di Indonesia, hanya ada di Jakarta dan besarnya luar biasa 18,96 triliun. Dalam rangka salah satunya mengimplementasikan program SDGs. Termasuk subsidi transportasi umum, bantuan makanan tambahan bagi anak-anak, dan dukungan finansial untuk pendidikan serta kesehatan melalui Kartu Jakarta Pintar Plus, Kartu Jakarta Mahasiswa Unggul, dan Kartu Jakarta Sehat. Yang kedua, kami berkomitmen mengurangi kelaparan dengan mendorong semua pemangku kepentingan untuk meningkatkan ketahanan pangan melalui berbagai inisiatif seperti praktek pertanian perkotaan atau urban farming, menjaga stok pangan melalui peranan badan usaha milik daerah, Food Station Cipinang Jaya, dan melaksanakan program sembako murah di berbagai kelurahan di Jakarta dengan bersinergi bersama swasta. Dan pemberian sembako murah ini kami rutin, bisa hampir setiap 2 hari sekali, pemerintah Provinsi DKI Jakarta mengadakan di berbagai kelurahan. Harapannya agar kebutuhan dasar pangan dapat dipenuhi dengan harga terjangkau di tengah melambungnya harga pangan dunia, sekaligus memastikan semua penduduk memiliki akses terhadap makanan yang cukup, aman, dan bergizi. Ketiga, menciptakan kota komunitas yang berkelanjutan. Menurut data PBB pada tahun 2018, sebanyak 55% populasi dunia tinggal di wilayah perkotaan. Angka ini diperkirakan akan terus meningkat hingga 68% di tahun 2050. Wilayah perkotaan menjadi daya tarik sebagai tujuan penghidupan, sehingga wilayah perkotaan perlu menerapkan pembangunan berkelanjutan, termasuk juga Jakarta. Kami melakukan berbagai program seperti penataan kampung kumuh, pembangunan rumah susun sederhana, dan konsolidasi tanah vertikal bagi masyarakat para prasejahtera untuk meningkatkan kualitas hidup mereka. Jadi Pemda DKI tidak melakukan pemindahan warga, ada berbagai tahapan-tahapan atau berbagai alternatif. Alternatif adalah merubah kampung kumuh menjadi rumah bertingkat yang terbatas. Berikut juga memperbaiki sarana prasarana dan tentunya pemerintah daerah juga membangun rumah susun yang cukup besar dan luas. Jakarta terus berkomitmen meningkatkan ruang terbuka hijau hingga 30% pada tahun 2030. Capaian ruang terbuka hijau Jakarta pada tahun 2023 sebanyak 5,21% dari 3.354 hektar. Untuk terus meningkatkan capaian ruang terbuka hijau. Sepanjang tahun 2023-2024, kami telah menanam sekitar 287.000 pohon, 138.000 mangrove, dan 8,8 juta tanaman. Hal ini kami lakukan selama kami menjabat sebagai Acting of Governor, yaitu 2023-2024. terutama di daerah yang sebelumnya kekurangan ruang hijau guna meningkatkan lingkungan perkotaan dan kualitas hidup. Selain itu, Jakarta berupaya meningkatkan kelayak hunian kota dengan mengendalikan banjir, diantaranya melalui sinergi bersama Kementerian PUPR, melaksanakan percepatan pembangunan tanggul pengaman pantai atau NCICD untuk melindungi pesisir Jakarta dari kenaikan muka air laut. Sebagai pusat aktivitas penduduk, Jakarta berupaya menghadirkan layanan transportasi berkelanjutan dengan mendorong 70% people near transit, yaitu mayoritas penduduk beraktivitas di sekitar titik simpul moda transportasi. Penerapan konsep ini melibatkan pembangunan dan peningkatan transportasi publik secara massal guna menyesuaikan masyarakat beralih menggunakan angkutan umum dalam aktivitasnya sehari-hari. Terkait pengaturan tata ruang, konsep ini juga menciptakan kemandirian kawasan dengan mendorong penyediaan berbagai macam fasilitas untuk aktivitas serta kebutuhan masyarakat dalam radius tempat tinggal mereka, sehingga dapat meningkatkan efisien mobilitas penduduk. Jakarta terus berupaya meningkatkan kesetaraan gender dengan memberikan kesempatan karir yang setara. Saat ini, 57,58% dari total pegawai yang bekerja di pemerintah Provinsi DKI Jakarta adalah perempuan. Bulan April lalu, dalam rangka merayakan Hari Kartini sebagai peringatan perjuangan emansipasi perempuan memperoleh kesetaraan gender dan pendidikan, Pemprov DKI Jakarta menyelenggarakan acara peragaan busana dengan berjudul Sri Kandi Jakarta Langkah Sejuta Suluh. Dengan membawa pesan bahwa para perempuan memiliki ruang untuk bertumbuh, berkarya, dan memimpin di kota Jakarta. Hal ini dibuktikan dengan 27,1% dari puncak atau pucuk tertinggi pemimpin di wilayah DKI Jakarta atau di pemerintah Provinsi DKI Jakarta ditempati oleh perempuan. Jadi 27,1% pejabat DKI adalah perempuan. Kami percaya dengan terus menjaga komitmen terhadap kesetaraan gender akan mendorong terwujudnya masyarakat yang inklusif. Selain itu, Pemda DKI berupaya memastikan kemudahan akses masyarakat terhadap air bersih dan sanitasi dengan meningkatkan jaringan distribusi air bersih perpipaan, berinvestasi pada teknologi desalinasi, serta meningkatkan penangkapan air hujan untuk mencapai target 100% cakupan air bersih perpipaan pada tahun 2030. Kami juga mengoptimalkan manajemen sanitasi dengan memperluas layanan pengelolaan air limbah terpusat, termasuk pengembangan sistem pengolahan air limbah untuk mengelola air limbah domestik dan mencegah pencemaran. Pada tahun 2021, Jakarta telah menyusun dokumen Planetary Local Review, pertamanya untuk mengkomunikasikan pencapaian agenda 2030. Pada tahun ini, kami kembali menyusun Voluntary Local Review, yang kedua yang sedang dalam proses penyerahan kepada PBB. Penyusunan FLR merupakan wujud komitmen kami terhadap transparansi, akuntabilitas dalam upaya pencapaian SDGs di tingkat lokal. Sekaligus sarana berbagi pengalaman dan pembelajaran dari kota lain dalam pencapai SDGs. Dengan visi baru Jakarta sebagai kota global, capaian indikator SDGs melalui evaluasi voluntary local review sangat membantu dalam mendeskripsikan, menentukan, dan mengadopsi indikator pembangunan daerah ke depan. Harapannya, arah kebijakan Jakarta dapat memperkuat koherensi vertikal serta berkontribusi terhadap prinsip berkelanjutan, baik di tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Oleh karena itu, saya mengundang Bapak Ibu untuk bergabung di dalam peluncuran Voluntary Local Review Jakarta tahun 2024 yang akan dilaksanakan pada esok hari di tempat ini. Voluntary Local Review Jakarta 2024 menyajikan analisa tematik atas pencapaian SDGs dan menyoroti beberapa aspek kunci dalam upaya pencapaian SDGs di Jakarta. Selaras dengan tema yang diusung, Accelerating Action at the Local Level to Achieve the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. Pertemuan ini menjadi langkah penting dalam perjalanan kolektif menuju pembangunan berkelanjutan. Poin-poin yang telah disampaikan akan dibahas lebih lanjut pada pertemuan 2 hari ke depan. Mengingat urgensi waktu, penguatan sinergi dari berbagai pihak, dukungan finansial dan non-finansial, serta kerjasama regional sangat dibutuhkan untuk memastikan tercapainya SDGs pada tahun 2030 yang tadi barusan disampaikan oleh Mr. Hanif bahwa 6 tahun ke depan, waktu 6 tahun tidak terlalu lama. Bersama kita wujudkan kesejahteraan bagi seluruh lapisan masyarakat dengan mengedepankan aspek keberlanjutan. Dan mari kita menggaungkan perdamaian di penjuru dunia untuk kesejahteraan masyarakat dunia. Selamat mengikuti International Mayor Forum 2024. Semoga kita semua memperoleh pengalaman berharga selama berada di Jakarta. Terima kasih, sukses Jakarta untuk Indonesia. Selamat pagi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Heru Budi Hartono, for the remarks. Bapak mohon tetap di atas panggung. Please kindly remain on the stage as we'll do the opening procession. And joining the governor for the inaugural ceremony, I invite now to kindly take to the stage the Minister of National Development Planning, the head of Bappenas, His Excellency Mr. Suharto Mono Arfa, the Assistant Secretary General for Economic Development of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Nafid Hanif, Director General of Regional Development, Ministry of Home Affairs, Mr. Restu Ardi Daud, and the Director General of Multilateral Cooperation, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Tri Tariat, to mark the opening procession by sounding the kenong that we have here on the stage. That is a traditional musical instrument. The kenong is a traditional music instrument from Indonesia, commonly used in traditional Javanese and Sundanese gamelan ensembles. Excellencies, are you ready? All right, let's get ready to strike the kenong under our countdown in 3, 2, 1. All right, gentlemen, would you come forward a little bit to the front of the podium for a group picture? Pak Heru, mohon tetap di atas panggung, Pak. Kita foto sebentar. Yes, please. Show us your best pose, maybe some smile from ear to ear. This is to show our commitment and our motivation as well for the 3-day forum this year of IMF in Jakarta. All right, let's have our picture together in 3, 2, 1, and And one more time, in 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you very much. Bapak Suharso Mono Arfa untuk tetap di atas panggung, and for the other excellencies, you may return to your seats. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to listen to the keynote speech from the Minister of National Development Planning, the head of Bapanas. Please welcome His Excellency Mr. Suharso Mono Arfa.
Honorable yang mewakili Menteri Dalam Negeri Pak Dirjen, Pak Gubernur Jakarta, and Mr. Nafid Hanif, UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs. And I understand that you need to sleep because the time difference New York and Jakarta. Cukup ya? Pakai yang itu nggak bisa ya? Yang itu? Yang tadi aja. Halo, yes. Mayor, Representative, distinguished speaker, guest, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. As the National Coordinator of SDGs in Indonesia, I'm honored to be part of International Mayor Forum 2024 today. And this event provides an opportunity not only to share our effort on SDGs, but more importantly, to learn how its country integrates the SDGs into their national priorities. During the SDG Summit 2023, the Secretary General of the United Nations stated that the SDGs are not just a list of goals. We have to see SDGs as a mutual responsibility. This is important because recent findings show that only 15% of SDGs targets are on track, while more than 30% are stagnating or have fallen below the 2015 baseline. I will share our progress on the SDGs, believing that many countries share a similar situation. As for SDGs implementation in Indonesia, based on our latest annual report, there are 224 indicators being evaluated, 62% of which are achieved and show significant progress. Meanwhile, the rest need further improvement. Pillars of environment and justice and government are leading with highest achievement. Our achievement in SDGs is relatively good because of the integration of SDGs into the national planning system. This ensures that SDGs are implemented nationally. To add, we also analyze the current progress compared to 2030 targets stated in a roadmap. There are 60 selected indicators being analyzed. The result is as follows: 42% indicator is on track, 40% indicator need acceleration, and 18% indicators show slow progress or setback. It is imperative that we accelerate the action to achieve the target in the remaining 6 years. Yes, so very close to. Ladies and gentlemen, in Indonesia, SDGs is integrated into national planning system, which consists of long-term of or 20 years, middle term of 5 years, and annual term. In our long-term development plan, 2025 to 2045, we envision 5 priorities which are social transformation, governance transformation, economic transformation, law supremacy, stability and Indonesia leadership, and social resilience, culture and ecology. In each cluster, we identify priority issues and intervention needed. The six key transition issues highlighted at this event are also our priorities. Moreover, we have embedded this issue into our planning documents and formulated policy intervention. First, on food system. The focus is on the integration of food centered into local, coastal, and city area, and nexus of food, water, and energy. Second, on energy access. The government consistently promotes green economy, the use of renewable energy, and green transportation. Third, on digital connectivity. The government works to raise digital literacy, improve the capacity and capability of human resource, and maximize the use of artificial intelligence, big data, and blockchain. Fourth, on education. The government focuses on campaigning the 13 years of mandatory education program, enhancement of teaching staff and material while strengthening education system. Fifth, on social protection and jobs. Our priority is to protect the vulnerable groups and reform the national social protection system. And six, on climate change, biodiversity loss and climate change. We aim to reduce emission in every sector, raise forest rehabilitation and disaster management. The issue of city management has become our concern. It is estimated that in 2024, the number of people living in the city will increase to 67.1% from 54% in 2020. Without controlling urbanization properly, this may cause inequality, increased vulnerable group, exploitation of suburban and others. Thus, in the future, developing a city must be based on new urban agenda which emphasize on the importance of sustainable economic and environment to make sure that no one is left behind. New urban agenda also promotes integrated urban and regional planning, multi-actor governance, and a city built based on people-oriented, age-responsive, and gender-sensitive principles. Bappenas is the national coordinator for SDGs undertaking ensure that implementation goes beyond national level. We collaborate with local governments in the formulation of voluntary local reviews. Jakarta and Surabaya, for example, have submitted their interesting story in their voluntary local review are the cities and regions which are currently progressing. Let's say Kutai Kartanegara, IKN Nusantara, Timur Tengah Selatan, and Kalimantan Utara. To add, we also work closely with universities. Currently, 51 SDG centers have been established throughout Indonesia. SDG Center has important role in contributing to the preparation of regional action plan, monitoring and evaluation report, and implementation of SDG through research, education, and community development. I would like to convey the following features to accelerate SDGs target toward 2030. First, the SDGs is a collective work which needs multi-stakeholder partnership. Second, in order to realize that involvement and engagement with local government are key to create innovative programs that address various issues in each region. And lastly, we must optimize innovative approach to close the gap in SDGs financing. Before I end my remarks, I want to share the last research by Penn State. Yes, I think this is good to share. as well as we know, yes, through the process of photosynthesis, I will introduce what's so-called photo respiration. As we know, the process of photosynthesis means trees remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere to produce new energy, new growth, and also at the same time produce the oxygen. But now, under stressful condition, trees release carbon dioxide back to the atmosphere, a process called photorespiration. With an analysis of a global data set of tree tissue, the research team demonstrated that the rate of photorespiration is up to 2 times higher in warmer climates, especially when water is limited. So, and they found the threshold for this response in subtropical climates begin to be crossed when average daytime temperature exceeds roughly 68 degrees Fahrenheit and worsen as temperature rise further. So what I like to say, we have a huge homework, especially for all the mayors. So we are not only to save the people from the climate change, but also the tree. So this is lastly, I hope that International Mayor Forum 2024 as a melting point for the state and non-state actors would provide new perspective and insight through the sharing of best practices so that we can achieve the 2030 target. I do thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suharto Mono Arfa, for your keynote speech, and you may return to your seat. Thank you, and please give a big round of applause one more time to our Minister. And Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite everyone, ministers, governors, mayors, heads of delegations, speakers, moderators, and all of us to please stand up. And yes, please stand up. We're going to have a very, very tight time on our discussions on the next 3 days as well. So it is time to loosen up some muscles. For those of you who are on the first row and the second row of tables, just remain where you are. But also for you who are in the back of the second row, please come forward. Get a little bit forward. Yes, as SDG says it, no one is left behind. So we want to include everyone in this group photo. So once again, I would like to invite everybody at the very end rows to come forward and join the photo, the group photo together. All right. Do we have a special hand gesture for IMF 2024? Oh, the love, the sarang hai. Okay, that'll do as well. All right, we're still waiting for all of the participants to come forward to be included in this group picture. And don't forget to smile, ladies and gentlemen. Are we ready? All right, our photographers are already on standby. You may wave as well. Don't forget your hand gesture once again and smile in 3, 2, 1. Wave from the back in 3, 2, 1. Other pose maybe? Yeah, you can, yeah, please give a big round of applause. Of course, that'll do as well. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that means the opening ceremony of the 2024 IMF is already concluded, and now I would like to invite everyone for a coffee break before we begin our next agenda. The refreshment stalls are prepared just outside this room, and also we have a QR code where you can scan and have the program book of the 2024 IMF this year. You just scan it, as will be seen on the screen, and you will get the program book. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll return with our next agenda 15 minutes from now, and enjoy your coffee break. Thank you.
Cek cek 1. Cek cek 1 2. Cek 1 2. Cek. Selamat pagi. Cek 1 2. Cek 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 1 2 3. Cek cek. Cek 1. Cek.
ladies and gentlemen, participants and delegates, we do hope that you enjoy your coffee break, and we'll begin with our next agenda of the 2024 International Mayors Forum in a couple of minutes. So we invite everyone to come back into the ballroom and please be seated. Once again, we are going to continue with our next agenda very soon, so please come into the ballroom and be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ballroom. We are about to commence with our next agenda, so we invite everyone to please be seated and be ready for our agenda today. So once again, we invite everyone to please be seated as our agenda will commence very soon. Thank you. Delegates, welcome back to the ballroom. Looks like a 15-minute coffee break is never enough, but the networking can still go on until the end of this forum. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the 2024 International Mayors Forum, and would like to remind you once again that we have a program book that you can actually scan and download by simply scanning the QR code that will be shown on the screen. And you will have the program book to view from there. Yes, there it is. And as we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is an introductory session that will set the tone for the discussions over the next few days. And in this session, we will hear from esteemed representatives who will provide us with insights and starting framework for our forum. We are honored to have their contributions as they bring a wealth of experience and knowledge to our discussions. All right, now to start off, let's have a video remark from Mr. Michal Mlinar, UN Assistant Secretary General and Acting Executive Director of UN Habitat. Mr. Mlinar has been at the forefront of efforts to create sustainable urban environments, and his insights surely provide a global perspective on our discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Michal Mlinar.
Honorable ministers, honorable mayors, governors, and representatives of local and regional governments and their associations, dear partners, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, selamat pagi and greetings from Nairobi, from UN Habitat, and a very good day to you all. I regret that I'm not able to be with you in person today, but I'm sure we will connect very soon. Allow me to extend a warm welcome to each one of you as we gather here today for the 6th edition of the International Mayors Forum. It fills me with pride to see so many thoughtful and dedicated leaders from the local level united in our shared mission, building a better world for all. This forum dedicated to SDG localization marks a significant milestone in our collective efforts, highlighting the crucial role of local and regional governments in the global arena. Years of hard work have brought us to this point, and I believe our collaborative efforts will drive meaningful progress. I would like to take a moment to congratulate the co-organizers of this forum for their remarkable efforts, the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, and the government of the Republic of Indonesia, represented by the Special Capital Region of Jakarta. I would also like to give a special thanks to the collaborators for their significant contributions, namely United Cities and Local Governments in the Asia Pacific and the Local 2030 Coalition, of which UN Habitat is proudly the permanent co-chair. Your commitment and tireless work have been instrumental in making this event a reality. Dear colleagues, the devastating effects of climate change are becoming increasingly evident in our daily lives. We have witnessed it in the recent catastrophic floods in Kenya and Brazil, for example, affecting thousands of communities, notably the poorest. These events are stark reminders that we are only at the beginning of such a global crisis. Simultaneously, we are facing rising conflicts in various parts of the world, the ongoing violence in Gaza, the turmoil in the Sudan, and the persistent conflict in the Democratic Republic of the Congo highlight the pervasive nature of global instability. These challenges underscore a crucial truth. Global issues have direct and immediate local impacts. It falls under the local leaders' responsibilities to navigate these challenges and ensure that safety and well-being of the communities are provided for. As the title of the forum well says, we need to accelerate action at the local level to effectively implement the 2030 Agenda and achieve the SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, last year, 6 transitions were identified as crucial to have catalytic and multiplier effects across the SDGs. Recognizing the local sphere of all the SDGs, it is hence not a secret that all the 6 transitions have a crucial local dimension, and that the extent of their success is directly linked to the work and core mandate of local and regional governments. For instance, education. In the region of Cordoba, Argentina, they have created the Enlazar Plus program. This initiative seeks to promote opportunities for linking secondary school students with the world of work, while at the same time fostering the development of work skills through educational activities carried out in real work environments. Or digital connectivity. The ASEAN Secretariat is promoting local smart and sustainable urban development through the ASEAN Smart Cities Network. This initiative provides a collaborative platform where cities work together towards the common goals to provide better services, promote new business opportunities, and innovation. Or food systems. Transforming Hawaii's food systems together is a collaborative multi-stakeholder endeavor to create a sustainable and resilient food system. By facilitating collaboration, knowledge sharing, and innovative solutions, the program transforms Hawaii's food system to be more equitable, environmentally sustainable, and economically viable. Or climate change, biodiversity, and pollution. Emborit Village in Tanzania Council conducted a climate change awareness campaign among the Emborit community members. This initiative aimed to raise awareness about the impacts of climate change and promote sustainable practices. The critical role of local and regional governments and their associations in advancing the SDGs and forging partnerships across levels and sectors has been indeed widely recognized. Last June, during the United Nations Habitat Assembly, member states endorsed the first ever resolution on SDG localization. The resolution calls for a global effect to strengthen data, monitoring, planning, and multi-level governance for the SDGs. Last September, during the SDG Summit, the political declaration directly refers and commits to SDG localization. However, as you all know, several challenges hinder local action and its contribution to sustainable development. Data availability, limited capacity, and finance gaps are jeopardizing many of the advances local leaders and administrations have achieved over the past years of implementation. The acknowledgement of the role of local and regional governments alone is not enough, and they should not be expected to tackle these challenges alone. I take this opportunity to strongly advocate for strengthening of robust multi-level governance system. Multi-level governance has been identified as one of the key implementation means to accelerate progress towards the SDGs and the 6 key transitions. Only through collaborative and coordinated efforts across all levels of government and across different sectors that we have, we can hope to achieve our common goals. Dear friends, 2024 has to be the year to reap the fruits of our work. The International Mayors Forum comes at a very timely moment, just before crucial high-level events that will position local action at the forefront. In just 1 week, some of us will gather in New York for the high-level political forum on sustainable development. We'll be co-organizing events centered on cities, such as the Local and Regional Governments Forum, our own corporate event on urban finance for social impact, financing strategies for SDG localization, and we are also hosting other side events on climate action and decarbonization, data and digitalization, basic services and water governance, and on our quality of life and SDG cities initiatives, among others. In September, we will meet again in New York for the Summit of the Future, which will release a once-in-a-generation outcome document, the Pact for the Future. UN Habitat is part of the Secretary General's advisory group on local and regional governments, where we have been working to position the role of local and regional governments more strategically within our global multilateral system. Last but not least, we will hopefully reconvene for the 12th edition of the World Urban Forum from the 4th to the 8th of November this year in Cairo, Egypt. Under the theme, It All Starts at Home, Local Actions for Sustainable Cities and Communities. And this year's move will have a specific focus on SDG localization. Please feel free to reach out to my colleagues for more information. Dear friends, local and regional governments are crucial to advancing sustainable development. Thank you for the dedication and commitment you are doing, and I hope we can see each other soon also in person. Terima kasih. Thank you and have a fruitful discussion.
Terima kasih, Mr. Michal Mlinar. Unfortunately, he cannot join us here in the ballroom, but he just had his setting for the tone as well for the entire 2024 IMF, which is very timely. And there are a lot of agendas, if we listen to what he said, agendas ahead that are very important as well. So hopefully the 2024 IMF here in Jakarta can be the base for that. All right, so now next we have a video remark from Ms. Fatimatu Abdul Malik, Mayor of Tevrak Zeyna. So please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Fatimatu Abdul Malik.
Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, chers participants, permettez-moi tout d'abord de vous remercier vivement pour cette opportunité de participer avec vous à cet important événement dont j'ai le regret de ne pas être parmi vous, égard à la conjoncture électorale dans mon pays, la Mauritanie. Le rôle des gouvernements locaux et régionaux en collaboration avec les communautés et les partenaires est essentiel dans la réalisation de l'agenda 2030. Cette année, nous mettons l'accent sur les ODD liés à la pauvreté, la faim, l'action pour le climat et la paix. Comme toujours, nous plaçons l'égalité urbaine et territoriale au cœur de toutes nos actions visant à atteindre les ODD. Ceci est fondamental pour s'assurer que les arbitrages inhérents à la réalisation des ODD soient effectués dans une perspective de droits humains. Aujourd'hui, nous savons que nous sommes à un tournant dans la réalisation des ODD. C'est notre responsabilité à tous et à toutes. C'est aussi notre pouvoir d'action collective. Le collectif organisé des gouvernements locaux et régionaux espère que le forum politique de haut niveau qui se déroulera dans 2 semaines à New York et le sommet des Nations Unies pour l'avenir qui se tiendra en septembre prochain marqueront une étape décisive. Nous souhaitons qu'il constitue un moment clé pour renouveler le système multilatéral et favoriser une gouvernance impliquant tous les niveaux de gouvernance et l'ensemble de la société dans la prise de décision en matière de développement durable. Le processus de localisation des ODD n'a pas évolué de manière constante depuis l'adoption de l'agenda 2030, particulièrement en Afrique. Il ne s'agit pas seulement d'un engagement des gouvernements locaux et régionaux. La participation locale aux processus nationaux de suivi et évaluation et aux mécanismes de coordination nationale pour la mise en œuvre des ODD a augmenté trop lentement pour atteindre les ODD En 2023, les gouvernements locaux et régionaux ont participé au mécanisme de coordination nationale pour la mise en œuvre des ODD dans seulement 35% des pays ayant élaboré un examen national volontaire et à la préparation de seulement 39% des examens nationaux volontaires. Ces chiffres témoignent de la nécessité de renforcer de toute urgence l'approche pan-gouvernementale dans la mise en œuvre des ODD. Ceci est au cœur de notre travail au sein du groupe consultatif du secrétaire général des Nations Unies sur les gouvernements locaux et régionaux. Nous travaillons avec l'ensemble de la Global Task Force, les gouvernements locaux et régionaux et nos alliés au sein des Nations Unies pour renforcer de manière structurelle l'engagement de notre collectif dans les processus intergouvernementaux. Il est essentiel de promouvoir une transformation de nos systèmes économiques basés sur la subsidiarité. Les gouvernements locaux et régionaux ont un rôle clé à jouer dans la redéfinition d'un modèle économique juste, capable de financer le développement durable. Un nouveau système économique qui met l'accent sur les soins et garantissant que toutes les populations ont accès à des services publics locaux financés de manière adéquate, en particulier les populations qui sont confrontées à des discriminations structurelles. Il s'agit d'une condition essentielle pour avancer vers l'égalité et une transition écologique juste et assurer la paix. J'espère de tout cœur que les échanges lors de ce Forum international des maires 2024 seront fructueux et que nous amènerons à renforcer nos actions collaboratives en vue de la réalisation des ODD. C'est en renouvelant notre système de gouvernance afin de favoriser la réduction des inégalités, de la pauvreté et de la faim à travers les services publics locaux équitables et durables que nous serons en mesure de réaliser une transformation réelle en faveur de l'égalité et de la paix, avec et pour toutes nos communautés. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention. Merci beaucoup.
Let's give a big round of applause for Ms. Fatimatu Abdul Malik. Now, to set the stone as well as the introductory session continues, we have another remark. And this time, somebody will stand on the podium, finally. So we will have Mr. Park, who will share his expertise on sustainable development and the critical role that local and regional authorities play in achieving the sustainable development goals. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, join me to welcome Mr. Chun Kyo Park.
Yeah, good morning. Selamat siang. Yeah, I'm Chung Kyo Park, head of the United Nations Office for Sustainable Development. I'm the co-organizer of this 2024 International Mayors Forum. On behalf of our co-organizers, I would like to thank all the participants for your presence here in the beautiful city of Jakarta at the 2024 International Mayors Forum. First of all, I'd like to express my sincerest appreciation and gratitude to the government of the Republic of Indonesia, represented by the special region of Jakarta, for their wonderful hospitality and unwavering support to this forum. I would also like to convey my thanks to our long-standing co-organizers, the United Cities and local governments in Asia Pacific and the local 2030 coalition, as well as our project office under UNDESA, United Nations Center for Regional Development. Before we officially begin our first session, I would like to provide an overview of the forum and the sessions. As one of our flagship activities, UNOSD has been organizing International Mayors Forum, IMAP, with partners since 2017 to build the capacity of local governments to realize SDGs through policy dialogues and exchange of challenges, best practice, and lessons learned. The forum is designed to facilitate SDG localization and develop voluntary local leaders, BLRs. The previous forums took place in, this is a different one. Our office, established under the Korean government, under the host country agreement between Korean government and the United Nations. I think we have a different, PPTs. But anyway, our office is just focusing on the important pillar of sustainable development, and our focus area, focusing countries are LDCs and LLDCs and siege countries. Through our efforts, we just focusing on capacity development, policy advisory, and knowledge sharing research, and finally, partnership and outreach. As one of our flagship activities, UNOSD has been focusing on the International Mayors Forum to facilitate SDG localization and develop voluntary local review seminars to achieve the 2030 agenda for sustainable development at a local level. The previous forum was held in Vientiane, Laos, PDR, and Lilongwe, Malawi, Dhaka, Senegal, and this year Jakarta, Indonesia. Before that, the in-person meetings in 2023, last year, we had in our virtual meeting because of the COVID-19. This year's IMF will mainly focus on accelerating the local action on transformative entry points or the 6 key transitions investment pathways to achieve the SDGs. The UN acknowledges that these 6 entry points can serve as investment pathways to achieve the SDGs on the decade of action. The 6 entry points are food systems, energy access and affordability, digital connectivity, education, jobs and social protection, and climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Given this background, this year's IMF will be divided into 8 sessions designed to integrate the 6 entry points in the context of SDG localization and provide the opportunities for local governments to share their hands-on experience, best challenges, and best practice on developing BLR. In conclusion, I would like to highlight that we should take a holistic approach when addressing the SDG localization at both macro and micro level and avoid falling into the trap of silos. While we have sessions focusing on the key topics and many more on each SDGs, we need to think about how each SDG is interconnected and impacts each other. We should make investment to take a systematic approach which consider interconnectivity and interdependence of the issues for driving accelerated changes. I look forward to hearing about your success stories and experience on our journey to achieving the SDGs. Thank you for your attention and terima kasih banyak. Thank you.
Terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much. So that was Mr. Chun Kyo Park, head of the UN Office for Sustainable Development, or DESA, that delivered the introductory remarks. So it seems like the setting tone has been clear, and we are going to be engaged in thought-provoking discussions. The first one, we will have the theme or the topic of status of implementing the SDGs locally, progress, gaps, and challenges. So in this session, we will focus on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, locally. We'll explore the progress made, the gaps that still exist, and the challenges we need to address as we strive towards achieving these goals by 2030. And our panelists for this session are distinguished leaders and experts. who have been instrumental in driving local progress on the SDGs. We will have on the stage Ms. Celeste Connors, CEO of Hawaii Local 2030 Hub, co-chair of the Local 2030 Islands Network, and steering committee member of the Local 2030 Coalition, and I believe that she's here already. Hello. And also we will have on the stage Honorable Ms. Noraini Roslan, Mayor of Klang, Malaysia, and steering committee member of the Local 2030 Coalition. Welcome to you as well. And we will have as well on the stage Mr. Jairaj Patak, Director General of the All India Institute of Local Self-Government. Welcome to you. And Mr. Ricardo Maroso, Program Manager at UN Habitat. Each of the panelists will share their insights and experiences, followed by a Q&A session, so you can actually engage with them directly. And to guide us through this important discussion, we have an esteemed moderator who brings a wealth of experience in sustainable development. Please join me to welcome Ms. Gita Sabharwal, the UN Resident Coordinator in Indonesia, as well as all of the panelists. Please welcome to the stage. Let's give a big round of applause, everyone. So with this, yes, I will hand the session over to you, Ms. Sabharwal.
Okay, Selamat Pagi, good morning. It's great to have everyone here, governors, mayors, government representatives from Indonesia, UN colleagues. A very, very warm welcome to all of you. And welcome to the city of Jakarta. You know, we just celebrated 497 years anniversary of Jakarta 10 days back. This is not just a smart city, but a city which is rich in culture, history, and has a spirit of dynamism. And most importantly, it's a leader on SDGs and circularity. You heard about that in the session earlier. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our 4 distinguished speakers. We are looking forward to hearing your insights from your respective perspectives, cities, regions, islands, and of course, from the mandate holder as well, UN Habitat. After which we are going to drill deeper. And the drilling deeper is more to understand what works and where is it that we need to put in additional efforts for accelerating SDGs locally. Let me take this opportunity to share with you or to set out 4 key messages. Given that I'm the UN Resident Coordinator here in Indonesia, I want to come at it from an Indonesian perspective. So my first kind of, key message is that policy leadership is critical for frontlining SDGs into development planning and tracking progress. Indonesia, I believe, is a very good case example, as the country has institutionalized SDGs as part of its national and regional policies. It has also adopted a proactive approach by prioritizing SDG indicators and outlined it in the National SDG Roadmap. These priority indicators are mainstreamed into regional and local plans, which then result in allocation of resources accordingly. These policy efforts are translating into 62% of the SDG indicators being on track, and with all the 17 goals moving in the right direction, as the minister had pointed out in the opening session. This indicates that Indonesia is on course to speed up the progress of the 17 SDGs over the next 5 years. My second message is that SDG localization empowers local governments by facilitating a differentiated approach to set priorities with the greatest benefits for local economies, communities, and ecosystems. It also allows them to track progress across these goals. Indonesia and its cities have championed VNRs and VLRs premised on qualitative methodologies. These provide a granular bottom-up perspective on what SDGs look like at the city and the local level. You are going to hear tomorrow directly from the governor of Jakarta, the governor of West Java, and the mayor of Samarinda, along with the Bhupati of Kendal, on how this has enabled them to reorient and readjust their strategies to address development challenges and accelerate progress. As the UN, we are leveraging some of these perspectives and incorporating them into our common country analysis and cooperation framework together with Indonesia. The third kind of key message that I'm taking away is about bridging the SDG financing gap, which is going to demand leveraging innovative financing instruments in partnership with local governments, the private sector, amongst governments. And this, according to me, is pretty key to the acceleration agenda at the local level. The financing gap in the context of Indonesia is roughly about $1.7 trillion. This is just a little over the GDP of this country. Closing this gap will, of course, require strategic partnerships between local governments, private sector, IFIs, and the UN. The government here in Indonesia, together with the UN, has mobilized close to $10 billion through bonds. The green bonds, what we call the green sukuks, the SDG bonds, and the blue bonds, together with government and corporations. This is enabling, this financing, additional financing, is benefiting 48 million people, with 2 out of 3 of them being women, children, and young people. These instruments, we believe, can be tailored to the local government in generating additional financing for SDGs through municipal bonds. So far, the government and the UN have assessed the financial viability of municipal bonds for 8 prospective cities here in Indonesia. If this goes forward, if we take these municipal bonds forward, we could be mobilizing an additional $2 billion for localization of SDGs. Now, my final point before I hand it over to our guests here focuses on fast-tracking the transformation for clean and green cities is going to require partnerships between local governments and industry. For example, in Aceh, South Sumatra, East and West Java, local governments together with the UN and industry are introducing best available technologies in the iron, steel, and the fertilizer sector, which is enabling us to reduce emissions by 15 percentage points and also make savings, according to UNIDO, close to $47 million annually. This is what we want more of. We want more of these partnerships across sectors between local governments and industry. So let me, at this stage, pause here and invite each of our speakers to step in for about 5 minutes each, right, with your opening remarks, after which we will drill deeper, right? So let me start with you, Honorable Norani Roslana, Mayor of Klang, Malaysia. So over to you.
Thank you, Gita. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat siang. Before I became mayors, I've been mayors for 5 different cities. In Malaysia, the definition of mayors is quite different from what it is in other countries. We are government officers appointed by the state government. so I don't have to go through elections like most of you. And the good thing is I have been in city leadership for a lot longer than most of the mayors here in this room. I began as a town planner. I was a town planner for 20 years for the city that I am a mayor now. But after that, I moved to a few cities, and then I came back to Klang, which is the biggest seaport cities in Malaysia. Klang is number 12 globally as far as container terminal is concerned. So naturally, logistic and manufacturing is the major employer of our population. So our journey towards sustainability, I think, officially begins around the year 2000 when we first heard of Local Agenda 21. I believe at that time most cities have some sort of initiative, activities, plans in accordance to Local Agenda 21. At that time, we were introduced to getting the opinions of the people as to what matters to them and outlining the things that needs to be done at each local communities. In 2010, Malaysia developed an indicators comprising of about 69 in the beginning, but later we comprised it to about 30-something indicators that measure urban areas, activities, or the indicators, whether they are sustainable enough or not. And for Klang, we began at the 75% mark, and we move up to, we are not there yet, but gladly I would report that we have come to 91% mark, but there is ups and downs. And our biggest challenges have been in these few areas. One is the loss of non-revenue water. Secondly, public transportation. Thirdly, river pollution and water quality in the river itself. And I would say that are the three areas that we still lack in as far as achievement is concerned. So for Malaysia, we have the indicators, we have the plans, and nationally we have done the what do we call voluntary national review. But for us to get to the level of localizing our initiatives in sustainability takes the Agenda 2030 and Urban Agenda 2030 and SDGs 17 goals to prepare us, preparing each city's roadmaps. Malaysia begins with only 5 SDG cities, but each individual cities have their own programs towards attaining the SDG, the 17 SDGs. So Klang is in the middle of preparing our first VLR, which should be completed next month. And from that, we can assess that there are still 7 areas that we would like to focus on and areas that we need to work further in the future. I guess I stop there for now, Gita, and we will have our other rounds later.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for, many congratulations for your first VLR. We are looking forward to it going public. And we are hoping that the 7 areas that you have prioritized, there will be some lessons emerging from the discussions over these 3 days that will enable you to fast track those. Let's move on. Let's move on to you, Celeste. Great to have you on board. Do you want to step in from an island nation perspective?
Yes, thank you so much. And I also want to congratulate Klang for the first voluntary local review. I should say aloha, salam alaikum. I'm delighted to be here in Indonesia. I also look forward to the VLR launch tomorrow, which will be very exciting. I have some slides here that, let me just see if this is going to work. Can we confirm that my slides are?
Yeah, they are up.
Oh, they're up. Okay, great. So I think I'm representing a couple hats here. I flew in from Honolulu, Hawaii, where I head up the Hawaii Green Growth Local 2030 Hub, or one of 8 Local 2030 hubs, also a member of the Local 2030 Coalition, and as Gita mentioned, the co-chair of the Local 2030 Islands Network. I appreciated the mayor sharing the origin story. We're all on a journey, and that's really what localization is about. We measure what matters, we figure out what matters to our community. So in the case of Hawaii, our journey with Hawaii Green Growth, a public-private partnership, actually started during the US-hosted APEC leadership year in Honolulu, where green growth was a key strategy, looking at our economic, social, and environmental recovery. And from that, this group of multi-stakeholder partners across all levels of government, the mayors, the governor, state legislature, private sector partners, civil society, came together around the Aloha Plus Challenge, which were 6 2030 goals. They were launched in 2014, prior to the SDGs, as we note that the history comes sooner, I think in some cases, in the SDGs, but this is now the local framework to achieve the SDGs. And they actually are encompassing all 17 SDGs, although you have those local prioritization areas. In the case of Hawaii, because we have a very vibrant indigenous community, our native Hawaiian community, we are pulling from over 1,000 years of indigenous knowledge and wisdom that informs our local framework for the SDGs. And what we've done is, as we said, we measure what matters. So we went to the community to determine what matters to the community. And from that, we developed a set of metrics and indicators that are now being tracked on an open data platform through an MOU we have with ESRI. So the public-private partnership actually manages the data in partnership with the state government, the governor, who actually, I'm also delighted to note that Hawaii submitted 2 voluntary local reviews, the only state in the United States to have done so, and the governor was at the United Nations last year to do that. And so with the governor and the private sector and public sector and stakeholders, we managed this process. As a result of what Hawaii has done, we were invited by the United Nations, Local 2030 Coalition, which you've heard is a tremendous movement of local government, private sector, UN agencies working together to achieve the SDGs to become a Local 2030 hub. And so we're proud to be one of 8 hubs, and I'm also representing our other hub colleagues here. We will be doing an event at the World Urban Forum together. And so you can see the hubs around the world, and each hub is unique. But actually, this is a story of islands inspiring other islands. So I would have to say that the Aloha Plus Challenge was actually inspired by Micronesia Challenge and the Caribbean Challenge. And so even as I speak, we have colleagues in our team that are based in Grenada that are actually being hit currently by a tremendous hurricane, and there has been loss of life. Fortunately, we're in touch with our team, but this really just shows the risk that islands face, the collective challenges, and yet, despite this risk, islands are very rich in solutions and innovation. Island economies are the original circular economies, and so we have a lot to learn from them. So scaling the public-private partnership model is what we're doing through the hub, through the Local 2030 Islands Network. We're delighted that Guam and Saipan, CNMI, and Palau have launched their green growth initiatives. Palau will be submitting its voluntary local review at the HLPF. And these are the island economies that we're working with. These are both developed and developing island economies globally through the Local 2030 Islands Network. How we do this is through 4 pillars of political leadership to achieve localized goals. The public-private partnership is key. I hope to get to that in the discussion. The ability to measure progress. We have the ability to issue over 200 data licenses for free through our MOU with ESRI, and concrete action. And this work is further operationalized through these communities of practice on data for climate resilience, clean energy transition, resilient water, and sustainable and regenerative tourism. These are our partners. We're pleased that the United States announced an initial $12 million of support for the initiative, and recently at the SIDS-4 meeting announced an additional $5 million of support to support our island economies. We also have a catalytic grants program that NOAA with the Ocean Foundation is providing to support our island partners in innovative regenerative tourism models. And finally, when we think about the circular economy, which I know is on many of your minds, we have launched the Think and Do Tank. So I'll leave it at that. Look forward to the Q&A sessions. And I think at this moment, when we think about island partners and our small island, our SIDS partners in particular, again, against the backdrop of the hurricane in Grenada, that we have to show that not only are they on the front lines of climate change, but they are rich with solutions. And the solutions that we're looking at genuinely come from a peer-to-peer framework that we can all learn from each other. So thank you so much. Mahalo.
Thanks, Celeste, and thanks for sharing this example of public-private partnership and the leadership, the political commitment at the top, which is critical for taking it forward, translating into innovative solutions at the local level. And we want to hear more of that as we move into the Q&A. So thanks, Celeste. Let's move on. Let's now invite Jairaj Pathak, Director General, All India Institute of Local Self-Government, for your opening remarks.
Yeah.
Over to you.
There is a PowerPoint presentation, if it can be displayed. I had emailed it. Yeah. So this is about the status of implementing SDGs at local levels and regional levels in India. Next. You can go to the next slide, please. Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, just one. So India, which has now world's largest population, we have 28 states and 8 union territories. So this means these 22 official languages, the local governance has to be in the local language. So the local governance reaching the targets at local level, that is all in local languages, and interaction with the national government and interaction with the other states is in either English or Hindi. Then the Indian Constitution has given a constitutional status not only to the state governments, which was already there with a separate subject list, but to municipalities in urban area and the panchayats in the rural area. So our local bodies are divided in two types. However, the concerned section is that the powers and funds to local bodies may be given by the state governments, which means that if the state does not want to wish the intended subjects and the funds to the local bodies, it may not do so. So effectively, Government of India have given powers which are not there with themselves to the local bodies. So it is up to the state governments. So relatively richer states give more powers and authorities, and maybe more with states with higher literacy, and the states which themselves do not have much money do not give much powers and authority. Similarly, the very small states do not give much powers and authority because they are themselves small. They are like districts in other states. So it becomes almost like a pocket money given by a rich father to the children. At some places they may have more powers and money, at some places they may not have. Next. So again, the western and southern states in India, the British came to India in Mumbai, today Chennai and Calcutta. So the southern and western states are socio-economically more developed in terms of per capita GDP as well as HDI. So the urban local bodies as well as the rural local bodies there are more developed. I have given the general remarks that in western states, urban bodies based on the city of Mumbai, which always had a kind of autonomy status, they are more autonomous. And in southern states, rural local bodies as well as urban bodies they have more delegation than in northern and eastern India. Now the third para, it shows functions which are more or less throughout India with local bodies, but then water supply and sewerage, fire services and primary education have been given to local bodies only in certain states, mostly in western India. Now as far as SDG implementation is concerned, I would say that this column on left hand side, here the implementation is largely at local level, that the municipality level or the panchayat level in rural areas, while on the column on the right hand side, it is mainly by state government agencies who may have officers at the local level. We had carried out a regression analysis of various indicators. We found that ultimately it is the basic education and also higher education which shapes the performance in health, gender, and various other indicators. The regression analysis showed that the literacy to life expectancy correlation was plus 0.81. So literacy and life expectancy are the most directly related. Life expectancy and per capita GDP 0.75, and the other two also well related. As far as I'll come to the implementation from 1 to 6 later, the sustainable cities and communications, it is largely through better roads and better slum improvement, more mass transit, that cities are becoming more sustainable. As far as 2.0 hunger is concerned, the subject of the food security is implemented by the state governments, local district officers. Because the food and civil supplies is a subject with state government, not with local bodies. Similarly, clean energy and climate action, they are largely with state government level, although they may have local office. Now, as far as my institute is concerned, we were set up by the municipalities in Western India for training and consultancy services. In fact, at that time when we were set up, I mentioned to the Mayor of Karachi that even Sindh was part of combined India. So our first 2 presidents came from Sindh, which is now in Pakistan. Later, the geographical boundaries got changed. We became all India since 1952. But out of our 50 centers, today half are still in Western India, where the municipalities are the strongest. Third para gives our own courses, which are largely for sanitation and running of municipal administration. And Government of India's priorities, which focus on SDGs. We are the regional agency for Western India for conducting training courses in the 4th para. The SDG localization in India, at the national level, we have one Niti Ayog, that is the Indian translation of Policy Commission. The earlier name was Planning Commission, but present government has changed it to Policy Commission. They give state indicators to all the states, and there are 100 to 200 indicators depending on the largeness or smallness of states. SDG budgeting is made by states by allotting money to achievement of specific indicators. They map the state level schemes under which money goes to the local bodies with the SDGs. UNDP India, in addition, supports at 5 or 6 places, they have started the SDG coordination centers, and 100 indicators are monitored monthly and 235 yearly. Well, as far as implementation is concerned, goal number 1, the multi-dimensional poverty index is now implemented and followed. In rural areas, wage employment is still important, but in urban areas, it is largely through women's self-help groups that we are financing the self-employment programs. It was generally found that the women and the groups of women, self-help groups, are more reliable than giving money with subsidies to men who are perhaps not that trustworthy. Means in a comparative sense, women have more tendency to repay the loans taken from the bank, and they generally don't have crazy ideas which individual men may start planning. As far as zero hunger is concerned, as I mentioned, it is through state governments, through the district officer called collector. Since 1997, a targeted public distribution system, guaranteed food grains up to 35 kg are distributed to the needy families. We still don't have a voucher system which has proved better in certain countries. Good health, as far as maternal mortality rate and neonatal mortality rate is concerned, India has achieved sizable growth, a sizable development, but I would say the southern states are doing much more than the northern or the Gangetic Valley states. Gender equality, we have given 50% reservation for women. Even the post of mayors are reserved by rotation, which sometimes means that the real political leader may not become mayor, but nevertheless representation is there to all the segments of society. Similarly, job reservation is there for women in many states, although not yet in Government of India. And for weaker sections, we had a class of weaker sections called untouchables before emergency. Reservation in jobs as well as elective posts is given to them. There are tribal areas in hilly and difficult places. Their reservation is there. Now, economically weaker people have also been given reservation. Now, as far as India's performance, Initially, we were ruled by Britain till 1947. After we got independence, there is a steady growth, but after liberalization, economic liberalization in 1991, the steps have started moving faster. We are by and large not in the top half of these indicators, but we are not in the bottommost quarter also. We are generally in the third quarter from the top. In GDP per capita, it is 125th rank among 190 countries. But if you take nominal prices, it is 135th. With per capita, the purchasing power parity, the rank somewhat improves. In HDI, there is a broad correlation. Generally, we seem to be in the third quarter. In HDI, we are now 134th. But I must say that when the HDI was introduced in 1990 by the UNDP, by Mahbubul Haq, at that time we were only 43%. We were 0.43. Since then, there is a sizable growth. It is now 0.644. The SDG, here again our performance is not particularly great. We are 112th out of 166, 63%, which more or less corresponds with our HDI achievements. Gender gap, we are quite bad. That is the situation in many countries in South Asia. We are 129th out of 146. It is only because in agrarian societies, there was a big classification of work. Men would be the bread earners, and women will generally look after the homes. Even when I went to primary school, education for women was not really that much encouraged as it is now. So now gender gap is slowly reducing with many incentives. In Gini coefficient, we seem to be in the top half. That is, we are more equal with 34.2. South Africa, which is least equal, and Slovakia and Slovenia, generally the European countries, are more equal. There our performance is not bad. Tax to GDP ratio, the developing countries generally cannot raise much taxes because the taxable income is only with relatively fewer people. It is at 18.08%, we are 106th with 183. Incidentally, I found it interestingly that in tax to GDP ratio, 24 out of the first 25 states are European countries. That is why perhaps their SDG and HDI achievements are the best, because public goods are financed the best in European countries. Only Cuba, I found a non-European country which is in the top 25 of the tax GDP ratio. Then public debt to GDP ratio, we are again 119th out of 210. We are not highly indebted, which will get the government in trouble, but we don't have very low indebtedness either. Here I must admire Indonesia. Indonesia has very low tax GDP ratio, lower than us, and it has low public debt. Even then, they have financed the HDI and SDG much better than us. Indonesia is somewhere in the middle, while we are generally in the third quarter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jairaj, and thank you for highlighting this correlation between economically developed states and empowered local governments and municipalities. Right? It's an interesting correlation that you have picked up. And thank you also for highlighting UNDP's role in supporting the localization process across the country in India. Much appreciated. We've got UNDP colleagues here who are going to be speaking later today about bridging the financing gap. Let me now invite Ricardo. Ricardo, please come in from a global perspective. Over to you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Gita, and thanks everyone for having UNHabitat represented here today. I will follow a little bit the insights that our Deputy Executive Director mentioned before in the video recording. And of course, thanks to all our partners and the government of Indonesia for hosting us. Today I will give a perspective more from the global scale, even though I work personally in the Asia-Pacific region, focusing on some challenges and solutions that globally countries, especially focusing on the regional local government, are facing. First of all, on UN Habitat, I hope many of you knows, but is an agency that focuses on SDG 11 especially, so development of cities and sustainable communities, right? And it's quite important to understand these relations that our agency has with SDG localization because it's really close to the local and regional government. And we focus, of course, beyond SDG localization on housing, climate change, and urban recovery. UN Habitat, together with UNDESA, with economic and social commissions, with several partners, supports government at different level on localizing the SDGs through the voluntary local reviews, but also working on multi-level governance and supporting the technical urban planning and development plans of the cities. So going a bit challenges from the global perspectives, we can, let's say, simplify a little bit these challenges in three main groups. No? One is related to data, one to decision making, and one to implementation. On data, we know, and I will show later some statistics from the SDGs, that there is a lack of disaggregated data, yeah? And this is often due to limited local capacities, but also to a lack of a structured system for data monitoring, collection and analysis at the national level, right? So this relation between local and national is directly connected. The decision-making process suffers from this lack of data directly, right? Because locally often there is a lack of evidence-based approach in policies, and this goes also with the disalignment with the higher level planning, so the national plans, for example. And this affects, of course, the political commitment, yeah, to sustainable principles that reflect on the longer term. And of course, the data decision-making goes into the implementations, right, that face limited capacities in terms of financing, as we mentioned, of course, but also in terms of technical and human capacities of the local government. And this is often due to the fact that they are dependent in many ways from the national resources, which are also limited. And of course, all of these limit the impact on sustainable programs and strategies. On the SDGs progress globally, reflecting on what I just said, there is this graph from 2023 SDG report. There is already the 2024, which shows slightly different data, but similar. And we can see from the 2023 the fact that the SDGs that are on track globally is only the 15%. Now we are at the 17%, as it was presented earlier. But we also notice how there is these gray areas that is an issue, insufficient data, yeah, to monitor the SDGs. So the points that we mentioned before, right, is data and evidence-based decision-making process and implementation all come together in this global picture. And then going a bit to the field where we work on SDG 11, I just want to share some quick points. You can see on the left the 10 targets that are part of SDG 11, and you can see that in gray are the ones that are missing a proper amount of data. And this is quite key to understand that such an important SDG for the local level as SDG 11 has suffered from these inputs. But also the fact that the SDG 11, we did a study, approximately aligns beyond the 10 targets of its own to other 70 additional targets dispersed across other SDGs. And this speaks about the interconnected nature of the Sustainable Development Goals and the importance of adopting an holistic approach. Yeah? So I won't touch much on this, it was mentioned before. It is important to recognize that the role of local and regional government is being recognized more widely, yeah, globally, with the SDG Summit in 2023, where SDG localization has been recognized, the establishment of the Local 2030 platform, and but also with a resolution that was shared during the United Nations Habitat Assembly last year from the member states on prioritizing localization of the SDGs. And this aligns, of course, with the 6 key transitions that we mentioned before. So looking at the solutions, I want to look from a broad angle, a global perspective on SDG localization as a paradigm shift to bring at the center the work of local and regional governments, as they are the closest to where communities live and that are closer to the impact that can be brought to their quality of life. So the SDG localization is anchored to three principles, right? A strong ownership and institutional anchoring. As we said, the political commitment is essential, and integrating in the policy process is essential as well. A whole of government approach, so the multi-level governance, which include both the connection from national, subnational scales, but also horizontally within ministries at the national level, and then local departments at the local level, and a whole of society. You can see from the wheel on the left how all contributing actors of the society needs to be involved in the SDG localization process. But practically, how does SDG localization look like? I think it's really important to recognize that local and regional governments are already doing, and already have always been doing, sustainable programs, sustainable plans, and working for the benefit of the community. SDG localization helps to frame these, to improve them, and to make sure that has a measurable impact. And actions can be found, I will not go through the detail, but on data innovations, which is clearly linked now to the SDG indicator, awareness raising, planning and mainstreaming, so integrating the results of SDG analysis within the local development plan or provincial development plan, participation and inclusion, budgeting and finance. Gita was mentioning the raise of the green or the green bond in many cities and countries, and also an area as the policy making, where specific plans are targeted to address some specific SDG indicators, monitoring, and here's where the VLRs, the voluntary local review, come on board, and inclusive partnership, as it was mentioned, for example, from the Hawaii experience, and finally the multi-level governance, where really the connection between the national and the local governments are increasingly stronger, especially through the regional or provincial, depending on the governance structure, role in providing support to the local governments. One of the main tools that most of you might know is the voluntary local reviews. Many cities are working on this. I just want to stress this action-oriented approach, right? We don't have to intend the SDGs or the SDG localization only as a monitoring or an analysis process, right? Especially at the local level, it's important to transform the findings into action-oriented recommendations or integration within the local or provincial or regional development plans. But the voluntary local review, which have been already discussed and I think will be discussed further, are growing as a tool. There are more than 300 published worldwide, but by both local and regional entities, right? So not only cities. And I will not go into detail of the methodologies, but we have to keep in mind, first of all, the strong importance of the political commitment and the institutional setup for these localization processes, a strong data collection and what we call one of our data track, to ground and to build this evidence that are needed for a long-lasting decision-making process, stakeholder engagement, which, as we said, needs to be throughout the whole process and needs to look also the most vulnerable, not only the direct partners, and finally the strategic action. And of course, at the end, you can see also the importance of the capacity building and advocacy to make sure that, first of all, the capacity remains within the local authorities, and also that the proper visibility and recognition is achieved. So to close my intervention, SDG localization processes can bring a lot of benefit, not only through the voluntary local reviews, but through many of the actions that local and regional governments are already doing. First of all, it brings this strengthened data environment, right, providing the evidence for the strategic planning, right? Then there is a strong participation and awareness raising that is integral part of the localization process, can help the governments to have a stronger buy-in from the communities, and is also supported by a stronger transparency, accountability toward the decisions and the plans and the policy implementations. And then really important is the multi-level coordination. I think it's great that this forum looks both at local but also regional, the regional scales, and hopefully feed into the the national scale, right, with the ministry today present was really good. And finally, one of the benefit is the international positioning and recognition. I think today is a great example of how investing in these processes can bring us closer together to share and to learn one from the others. And yeah, I will close it here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ricardo, and thank you for highlighting the imperative of bridging the data gap for finding innovative solutions at the local level, and highlighting the whole of government approach that is easier to take forward at the local level through local governments. We've got 16 minutes with us, right? I have 3 questions. And we are going to take this rapidly forward. And we are going to start with you, Mayor. Mayor, I wanted to start with the big picture question. What is the kind of support that national governments need to offer more of for accelerating SDGs at the local level?
At the national level, since they are in charge of statistics and data collection more than us at the local level, I believe, picking up from Ricardo just now, what I experienced during the preparation of the voluntary local review is that there are 5 areas that I do not have enough data to make good analysis. One is equality, be it in gender equality or to reduce equality. Secondly, on the climate action, data on life below water and life on land. And thirdly, in the area of peace, justice, and social institution, to build strong institution. Without this data, without the data that is being measured by the SDG indicators, it is difficult to tell whether we are lagging in that area or we just don't have enough data for good analysis. So I do believe whatever that the local level can collect this data that is relevant to our measures, but we also need a strong institution from the national level to have a very good data collection and update it as often as possible within the boundary of our cities, because otherwise it would be difficult to measure. Secondly is the establishing of goals and clear indicators. I believe at the national level, much like what India has done, we do need to set clear targets, clear goals as to where we want to bring our countries. Everybody said that they are going to reduce the carbon emission by a certain percentage, but what exactly are we doing at the national level, at the local level, and how do we really measure up ourselves towards that goal? I believe that is one of the areas that we are still lagging, and when I hear stories from my neighbors who are an actual Antarctica explorer, what she told me about the ice melting, the reduction of thickness of the ice at the Antarctica, it is a real thing. And we being from the island community, from the coastal community, should worry about that. But what are we actually doing in order to reduce that impact, to reduce the increment of temperatures globally? Are we willing to change our behavior? Is everybody willing to go walking and cycling more and using public transportation? Are we willing to change our habit? And talking about changing habit, I'm trying to instill a change of culture among the youngsters. If we can change their the habit, the things that they do every day to become naturally to them, I think we have a better hope for the future generations. So we are working with youngsters. We are also working with manufacturers and industrial players as our partners in instilling the ESG practices within their companies. So we started by giving talks to them, sharing knowledge, and this year we are going to pick up a few examples among the manufacturers, among the industrial players, to showcase their good practices in ESG, so that the other friends, the other colleagues can learn from them. So this can be done locally. As far as the political, the highest government is concerned, I think it's the political will. We are glad that in Malaysia, the policies are set, The measurements are there for us to follow. And it's just that no matter whether the parties, the leaders changes, we need something to hold on to that the government can continuously measure to see where we are at and where we are going in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for highlighting this point about national governments helping provide robust data, robust analysis for policymakers at the local level to take SDG action that is targeted to challenges that you face at the city level. Let's move on. Let's move on to Celeste. Celeste, over to you.
Now, with this question, I certainly appreciate what the mayor said. I think that there's the data gaps are clear, including with island economies, and we look at some of the challenges of capacity. I think that's why it's important. Through the Local 2030 Islands Network, we both have a peer-to-peer mechanism of learning from each other, but in some cases, and I can cite an example in Palau, for example. Sadly, there was a collapse in Jellyfish Lake, which is a major tourist attraction, and the interest in understanding actually what will the impact of that have on the tourism economy. But the data is lacking, the climate data. And this is where actually, with regards to the technical assistance we can provide, NOAA, our National Ocean and Atmospheric Association, can actually say, we can actually create that data. So at the national level to the local level, it's on the data side, understanding what the gaps are in the data. And the fact that there are these policy gaps too. When you measure at the local level, when you have local goals, it does actually motivate your local leadership to wonder, why is there a gap in, say, the dashboard, for example? A very specific example too, we had a transportation minister at the local level approach us and say, why is there a hole where this transportation data should be? And we could actually say, well, it wasn't a data gap per se, but there was no time-bound policy. So I think we'll get to this in a little bit, but I do want to emphasize the importance of public-private partnerships in doing this, and challenge all of us as we think about localization and we think about leadership on this stage also with our mayor. We need to figure out ways of transitioning this. Resilience is a long-term value proposition, and so is sustainability, that are inherently out of sync with short-term political cycles. How are we hedging against this risk to take it a step further to look at partnerships? And in the case of Hawaii, for example, the public-private partnership has actually gone through 3 governors and 6 mayors, because the public-private partnership itself will drive the commitment forward. So I think partnerships needs to be put up at the same level as a local government leader. That needs to be supported at the national level, not just with funding and with data, but some of the platform, I think, also that Ricardo spoke to.
Thanks, Celeste, and thanks for highlighting this point about sustaining public-private partnerships, given changes at the local and the regional level, because those changes will happen, right? And we need to figure out ways for taking these public-private partnerships forward for localized actions. Let's move.
One more comment on that. I think that we can't lose sight at the national level, and there's some elections pending, that when you turn to local leaders during a period of time, not to lose sight of those local leaders if there's a more favorable policy under the national government. So it's a constant relationship that we have to cultivate. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Celeste. And we'll come back to this with the next question. Ms. Jairaj, you want to step in?
Setting a number of indicators which are to be properly monitored by the lower units, and this has been prioritized from time to time by national governments. This has gone a long way towards reduction of poverty, improvement in education, health, and overall SDGs. But wherever the community owns up that program and people's involvement is more personal, there the development takes place better. Like 2 villages in Western India, where the local leadership took over the village development, water conservation, they perform much better than others where perhaps community ownership was lacking.
Thank you, Mr. Jairaj, and thank you for highlighting the role of local leadership and their commitment in accelerating SDGs at the local level. Let's move on. Ricardo, over to you.
Yes, really quickly. I think, as already has been said, but I think a key way for the national government to facilitate the work of local and regional governments is to streamline SDGs or similar or aligned, let's say, monitoring process within the policies at different level. I think the presentations earlier this morning on how Indonesia went beyond aligning the National Development Plan to the SDGs, but also the regional ones, I think is a great step in that direction. It's of course depends on the way a country is structured, the governance is structured, how much is decentralized or not, but I think in our experience we saw how governments, especially centralized at the provincial, regional and then local level, wait for clear instructions from the national government. So in those settings of more stronger centralization, it's really key to push for this topic and streamline them within the national policies. And I think another aspect of the SDG localization, as I said, I really do believe that local and regional governments already are doing many of these efforts. The SDG localization narrative helps to frame these efforts, but they need to be, let's say, listened and valorized by the national governments. Some voluntary national review or started to integrate the experiences of the voluntary local reviews, even though, of course, from the statistical perspective, they are not yet substantially contributing, but is a beginning, right? So I think that the recognition, and the visibility given to the local leaders that bring forward this experience needs to be taken into consideration by the national government and pushed through events also like these ones.
Thanks, Ricardo. Very important point, how voluntary local reviews, findings from voluntary local reviews need to be integrated at the national level. The UN here in Indonesia is using these voluntary local reviews and figuring out the key messages from this and integrating those into a cooperation framework together with the government of Indonesia. But let's move on to our second round. Our second round of question is about that one example from your city which is helping accelerate SDGs. Over to you, Mayor.
Enabling local leaders. If that is the one thing that I have to do over again for the past 10 years of my tenure as mayorship, it is enabling the local leaders. When they can self-regulate, our job becomes a lot easier. We have seen examples here in Surabaya, in Jakarta. It could be an easy win. One such as waste management or cleanliness of the area, or changing the behavior of the youngsters towards renewable energy, for example. But once we enable the local leaders, making them understand, by leaders I mean not only just the community, but also among the private sectors. There are leaders among developers, among manufacturers, among logistic players, who can become an example to others through their actions. And action speaks louder than words. So as a city, we can showcase these good examples so that others can emulate. One thing from me.
Thanks, Mayor. Mayor, I want to come back to you. Can you, enabling local leaders, absolutely bang on. It's the right thing to do. How has that translated into accelerating SDG in Klang?
Okay, I started with two low-cost flats, low-cost housing areas, to show them that they can separate garbages, they can do renewable energy, they can do urban farming, simple things. And by the next year, I have accelerated to 20 projects using the same method. So once these people understand, the very next year, I don't have to go through them and give allocation for them to start their initial project, because we do have money-earning projects that they can do themselves. We are talking about the basic community needs. But among the manufacturers, other than enforcing laws towards them, we started on self-regulation and giving recognition and awards. So when this scales up, it makes our jobs a lot easier.
So thank you. It's about scaling up waste segregation and reducing emissions, with industry. Great examples. Celeste, over to you.
Yeah, I think I'll bring in this word trust. So progress moves at the pace of trust, and not to sound like a broken record, we need partnerships. And with an island approach, island economies, I think it's this idea of relationships as opposed to transactions and multi-generational thinking. So I've heard some island leaders say to the international community, help us help you. Because we've been working at this idea of limited resources, circular economy for quite some time. And the SDGs are going to be implemented at that very difficult, sticky space in between the SDGs. If we have these goals of doubling local food production and clean energy, how this comes together, you're going to actually need trust-based platforms. So I encourage everybody to think about, as we look at our voluntary local review reporting, are we reporting to our elected officials, but are we also reporting to this collective public-private partnership that's going to carry that forward? And when you think also about islands, we have talked about capacity being a real challenge, and managing capacity challenges through that peer-to-peer mechanism, actually finding the champions in our community that can create that trust-based partnership, that trust-based platform. We call them these green growth initiatives. So I would say partnerships and trust are critical to achieving the SDGs by 2030.
Brilliant. Thanks, Celeste. It's partnership and trust that are key to the acceleration agenda at the local level. And we'll definitely talk more about this over lunch. But let's move on. Jairaj.
If I can think of one example, that is of the city of Surat, which is quite close from Mumbai. 30 years back, there was a massive outbreak of plague disease there. The city was considered the dirtiest city in India. There was a dynamic municipal commissioner and then the successive administration, including very enlightened mayors. They focused on the sanitation. Surat followed the best practices all over India. And over the last, it doesn't happen in 1 year. Step by step, it went on progressing. And now Surat has been adjudged this year as the cleanest city in India, along with Indore, which has been getting that honor for the last 5 years. So this was achieved with sustained efforts towards sanitation, because somehow the city planners and city leadership was hurt that they should be called the dirtiest city.
Thank you for sharing that example. And I remember about the city of Surat. I've seen it in the good old days. So it's time to go back to the city. Ricardo, over to you.
Yes, perhaps a quick point on the partnership part, and then I will give an example from my side. I think what we saw in supporting cities with SDG localization processes, we really did see the value of partnership with local entities. Yeah, this is something that we always talk about, like the lack of capacities or available resources, but there are local entities, especially we saw with the role of public local universities supporting local governments. Yeah? So this is really important to mainstream SDG localization. Then giving a practical example on an accelerator of the Sustainable Development Goal implementation, not representing a city myself, but from various governments we work with. I think it is really interesting to look to those areas of intervention that have multiple effects on the 6 transitions that we look like and touch on more SDGs. From the urban perspective, so our field, I think one great example is the growing tendency of working on EV or electric mobility. Yeah? That's particularly interesting because it's a sector and is an area that interests both the public and the private sector equally, because it's a growing massive market, but that is also providing multiple benefits to the development of cities. Think about the reduction of greenhouse emissions, the lower pollutions in city that was discussed also earlier as one of the key area. The, let's say, promotion of a more sustainable public transport means, apart from the private ones, which can support the urban congestion that affects not only the quality of life, but also really strong economic losses. And so this is an example of an action that is implemented in various countries. In Western countries, usually policies on these from the national and then implementation at local level are really common, but also, for example, in Asia Pacific, we work with Philippines, Thailand is quite active on these, and is a good example of how the catalytic spirit of the sixth transition can be leveraged with practical solutions, have effect not only on one SDGs, but multiple, right? And touch benefit for the society that goes from the economic perspective, environmental, and then down to the social services delivered to the cities. So this is a good example from our sector that can accelerate SDG localization and implementation.
Thanks, Ricardo. Time is up. That is what the organizers tell us. Let's keep this dialogue going over lunch. And thank you very much for sharing your perspective and sharing some very practical solutions for accelerating SDGs at the local level. Let's give them a big round of applause. We are not going to keep you away from good Indonesian food. It's time for lunch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gita Sabharwal, for leading the session. Very, very insightful. And of course, cities like Jakarta, for example, we're still developing and we're still having a lot of people, but things can be finding solutions starting from very, very simple things and has to be instilled in our way of life from the government to the public, and the partnership that was mentioned in the discussion as well was very, very important. All right, so as mentioned before, we are not going to take you longer from lunchtime. And this is concluding the first session. We are now inviting everyone for a lunchtime at the Grand Cafe Hyatt. You can join and get your lunch there and maybe continue with the networking sessions. And after the break, we'll hold the second session with the theme of breaking the local government finance gridlock, investment pathways to achieve the SDGs at local and regional levels. So everyone, enjoy your lunch, and we'll be seeing you again after lunch in about 1 hour time right here at this ballroom. Enjoy.
mencari makan di pinggir kali. Nona hitam, giginya putih, kalau ketawa manis sekali.
Hai mama, jangan mama marah beta. Dia cuma cium beta. Hai mama, jangan mama marah beta. Kau orang punya biasa.
Goro-goro ne, bato-kato kabia. Loko sana, loko mari, loko lenso manari. Katanyong beta pinta sio nona manari. Dengan benci balagu, sio nona sender bahu. Meski nona duduk jauh, belum dipanggil semuanya. Laju-laju lekas datang kemari. Yeah, pura-pura tidak tahu, belum ditanya sudah mau. Nona suka sendiri.
Orang muda hati, bye-bye. Jangan sampai dapat kulit durian. Mama Maradeta.
dino rembulan sing awe-awe ele ake ojo-ojo turu sore
Rujak ulat, rujak ewang lagi juga Delak-delak kelingan mentego melang
Surabaya warna-warna suarane jarene besok kapan menangi zaman saiki sandang pangan kula kopi oleh banget murai rakyat nangkep negara dadi makmure
Desa ale-ale-ku desa ale-ale-ku desa gunda-gunda kecambang basi dahulu balaki ajuang kini balaki tukang padati oi tak tong-tong dalam meja kuang tak gunda-gunda kecambang basi ujang lapua berapa tenteng di desa saku ina barisi tak tong-tong dalam meja kuang tak gunda-gunda kecambang basi dahulu balaki ajuang kini balaki tukang padati oi tak tong-tong dalam meja kuang tak gunda-gunda kecambang basi ujang lapua berapa tenteng di desa saku ina barisi kecil bawa kepiting 2 ekor. Cicik periuk bilang ngesuping dari Jawa, datang naik kecil bawa kepiting 2 ekor. Cak-cak pinggang bilang ngepicak hidung gigi rongga, sampai kita dalam dipancung aja tunggal. Hey! Cicik periuk bilang ngesuping dari Jawa, datang naik kecil bawa kepiting 2 ekor. Cicik periuk bilang ngesuping dari Jawa, datang naik kecil bawa kepiting 2 ekor. Cak-cak pinggang bilang ngepicak hidung gigi rongga, sampai kita dalam dipancung aja tunggal. Hey! Angin memiriku pasang, pitujui tong-tonganan.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome back to the ballroom. We appreciate that you come on time for our next session. We invite everyone to be seated and you're free to choose your seating arrangement, as we also encourage you to fill the front rows of round tables for the next session to begin. Once again, we invite everyone to make way to your seats and be ready for the next panel sessions. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ballroom. We hope that you had a great lunch. How was lunch? Good. Was it too spicy? No, you need more spicy food? All right, we'll take that into note. Maybe tomorrow you will find more spicy food. All right, so welcome back, and we are going to continue with our panel discussions on the second leg of the day. And we'll now delve into our next session. So in the earlier session, we talked about progresses and gaps as well as challenges on cities on their SDGs progress. And this time around, we'll talk about the finance gridlock and exploring investment pathways to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, at local and regional levels. Now, joining us on this session later on are esteemed leaders and experts who will share their insights and experiences. First up, we have Honorable Mr. Murtaza Wahab Siddiqui, Mayor of Karachi, Pakistan. There you are, sir. And next, we're also inviting you to the stage, Honorable Ms. Refiloe Mamogobo, Mayor of Ezulwini, Eswatini. Please come on stage. And also would like to invite to the stage Honorable Mr. Abdul Rahman Omari Shiloo, Mayor of Tanga City, Tanzania. Yes, there you are. And the last but not least, as our esteemed speaker, Ms. Sujala Pant, Deputy Resident Representative of UNDP. Are allowed to take the stage from me. Take it away.
Thank you very much, and welcome to this second session. I hope you all had a good lunch. Please, let's sit down, the panel. And I'm very excited about the panel that we have today. So I'm just going to set the scene by making a couple of comments, and then we will go round the panel once. And they will each speak on a particular topic, and then we will then have a bit of an exchange, including comments and questions from the audience, which will be encouraged. So let's try and make this a real conversation. So in essence, what we're here to discuss really builds on what the ASG and the government of Indonesia and other and the Honorable Mayor of Jakarta were mentioning this morning, which is that local government finance is really a form of development finance. So I think local government finance is development finance, is the message that we want to get out of not only this panel, but I think partly this International Mayors Forum. And of course, in 2025, there will be the Financing for Development Conference, which will produce a text on how finance for development should be organized. It's very important that local government finance is part of that text. Why? Because as we heard this morning, the world is urbanizing very rapidly. Most countries are on the route to 70 to 80% urban, and then it tends to stabilize when it gets to that level. But what that means is the need for housing, for water, for public transport, for all of the things that we heard in the presentation of the Mayor of Jakarta and others, that they cannot be financed by central government borrowing alone. They cannot be financed by the private sector alone either. In order to finance the infrastructure needed for a sustainable future, we need to look to the cities and look for innovative solutions that don't add to sovereign debt, at the same time build fiscal space. And central government need to see that local government is an engine of development, not a charity or a drain on the public purse. I think that's the key message. Now, the panel have introduced themselves, And I think I'm going to go first to Honorable Mayor Abdul Shilu, the mayor of Tanga in Tanzania, a city of precisely 393,000 people, approximately. And you have led the way by financing for $23 million a green water bond that was floated on the Dar es Salaam Stock Exchange in domestic currency. The first, as I understand it, infrastructure bond in local currency at the subnational level by a local government in Africa, outside of South Africa. Could you explain a little bit about that, what it's for, and how, as mayor, you are part of the governance structure and you can make sure that things go as they should be? Over to you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you were told, my name is Abdurrahman Omar Shilo, the Lord Mayor of Tanga City Council, which is it is the eastern northern part of Tanzania, bordering with Mombasa city, which is in Kenya. As you were informed that Tanga City need much water, as we have about the population of 93,000 people in Tanga for the census of 2022. But we have independent authority, which is called Tanga Urban Water Supply and Sanitation Authority. This year we launched the Green Bond in 30th of April 2024, whereby we managed to launch that bond, and we managed to get, our expectation was 53,120 million Tanzania shillings, which is equivalent to 20,430,000 US dollars. But luckily enough, we surpassed the demand. Instead of getting 53 billion, the share goes up to 54 billion, 0.7. Hence, Water Authority just to take the amount which is required, which is 53 billion, 120 millions, and the remain 1.6 billion was reimbursed or was refunded to the shareholders. This shows that people are willing to support their government, to support their people, to support the local government. This is the good example, and this bond is the first bond made historically in sub-Saharan Africa. Only in South Africa which was made such kind of a bond. For Tanzania, and Tanga City is the first bond in sub-Saharan Africa. And 65% of that bond were purchased by the local people. 65% local and common people who are Tanzanian. And 35% were purchased by local and foreigners investors, including insurance companies, social pension companies, and big businessmen. So this taught us and give us a lesson that it is possible if the local government capacitated to do such kind of a business in order to save for their people. Tanga Wasa is introducing this bond in order to financing water infrastructure improvement and environmental conservation at Tanga City and the nearby cities. Water supply to be reliable, to increasing accessibility and enhancing environment conservation through this project. This is the main objective of having this bond. And according to the Tanzania guiding, Tanga City is providing more than 96% of water to its people. Compared to other, it is contrary to other regions. So Tanga is leading in the provision of water. However, of that leading, but we're still creating this kind of initiative in order before 2025 to reach 100 provision of water to our people. And Tanga City, it is part and parcel and that authority. That is why Mayor of Tanga City is a permanent member of the Tanga Uwasa boarding. And also, City Director is also the permanent member of Tanga Uwasa board. But all of this could be manageable and well implemented due to the support given by the United Nations Capital Development Fund, who's assisted us a lot, technically advising and so on and so forth through their representative in Dar es Salaam City. And also we get support from the central government. Honorable President, Her Excellency Samia was part and parcel to make sure that this is achieved, and Tanga being the first emphasis of this kind of bond.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned a very important point there, the role of the president. So as we mentioned earlier, not every country has presidents or ministers of finance that are able to see the potential in their cities, in their local governments, and to support them in this kind of work. One of the reasons for that, of course, is that under the current global financial architecture, all public sector debt is counted as part of the sovereign debt of that country. So that if, for example, you have a very profitable metro system, and a city like Jakarta borrows to run that to build and then run that metro system, even though it's profitable, even though it can repay the debt, it still counts against Indonesia's credit card limit, so to speak, when the IMF comes to town, and that can affect it can affect the credit rating. That's why these initiatives are so interesting, because it's on the domestic currency, it's on the domestic capital market, it's in domestic currency. The government did not need to borrow to do it, and so it has much less impact on the sovereign balance sheet than if it had been borrowed from the World Bank or the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank or any other institution. And also it's in local currency. So it actually strengthens the local currency. So it's a really good example, the kind of thing that can happen. And I would like now to turn to the Honorable Mayor Refilo Mamagobu, who is the mayor of Eswatini in Eswatini, which some people know as Swaziland. The name is Eswatini. And your city is a little bit smaller. You have 10,000 inhabitants. And congratulations, because you have only recently been elected mayor, I think 3 months ago, and your first time in public office. So welcome to the hot seat of public office. And I'd like to ask you about the transfers that central government transfer to your local government. Are they sufficient? Does central government see local government as a vehicle for development or not? Over to you.
Thank you, Dave, and good afternoon. All protocol observed. Yes, my name is Rifilwe, and I'm from the beautiful country of Eswatini, formerly called Swaziland, with a population of 1.2 million, and my city just had. Thank you, Dave. We're an urban population. Speaking to Dave earlier this afternoon, he had this funny impression that we're a rural community, and I had to correct him that we are a very urban population with an annual growth rate of about 1.6% annually. We're a country that's vulnerable to floods, and we're also vulnerable to droughts. We're landlocked, so we rely particularly on South Africa, and our currency is pegged 1-to-1 with the South African rand. Speaking to your question, Dave, I do agree with you that we need to partner with central government as local government. We need to stand up in our role so that central government does not see us as a drain to the economy, but rather as an agent for development, so that I know you call them transfers. In my country, we call them subsidies, when government pumps into our budget. We are also, like I think the rest of the colleagues around the room, faced with a challenge of limited resources to support this SDG agenda. So we are lagging behind, like most of the colleagues have been highlighting when we're having conversations around tea time. I do support the idea that the subsidy or the transfers need to not be used for recurrent expenditure, because that's when central government looks at us as a drain. But we need to speak around a sustainability fund, or possibly what we can call a development fund, where these funds go in and then we're able to use them for the development of SDGs. I also think what could help is raising education and awareness around SDGs. I think having this conversation as a permanent agenda item at tables like this, and even tables back home, will help to keep this conversation alive and to ensure that there's progress, instead of just coming around once in a while to check on the development of the SDGs. And then I cannot overemphasize the need for local and central government to partner and see each other as agents and partners in this. And then I also think there needs to be sustainable and responsible investing, going back to my point where I say, let's not use the subsidy or the transfers from government as for recurrent expenditure, but let's look around promoting positive impact in the cities with these funds that we're proposing. And then somehow we align the environmental factors and the social factors. And this, of course, will result in financial gains for the cities and the better livelihood of the residents in the city. I think there's also a need to develop and bridge the gap between local and central government. Speaking to my colleague earlier, he couldn't help but emphasize that government needs to understand its role in partnering with local government. I think he said this about 3 or 4 times, to say government needs to understand how they can reach the communities better. We are the arms and hands and legs of government. If central government works with us, then we're able to achieve the goals. One win for us is a definite win for central government, and a definite win for both the city and the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And you make a very important point, I think, about the way in which central governments should use their fiscal resources and their development resources through local governments sometimes, part of them, of course, not all of it. And it reminds me of a famous report, a well-known report that was done maybe 15 years ago by Yusuf Ahmed of the World Bank in Bangladesh, when he carried out a study of the local health posts and local schools and other pieces of local infrastructure that had been delivered, procured by the local governments, in this case the union parishads, which are the smaller unit of local governments, and the municipalities in Bangladesh, and those that have been procured through the central government ministries. And to his surprise, he found out that there's actually better value for money, better maintenance, better services delivered through the local infrastructure that was procured by the local governments than that was procured by the ministry, the central government institutions. And on that basis, they changed the policy. And instead of saying, well, we don't have the money, they took the money that they did have, that they were putting through the ministries, and they turned it into a development fund that then went to the local governments, because they realized those local governments could implement it actually better. So it's a very interesting point you make, and to this day there is a development fund in Bangladesh delivered through the local level. So thank you very much for bringing that topic up. I would now like to speak to Honourable Mayor Murtiza Wahab, who is the mayor of Karachi, Pakistan, a slightly larger place with 20 million inhabitants. And I understand producing well over 50% of the national revenue to some extent. So I want to ask you a little bit about this revenue sharing, and the challenges you have, given the fact that Karachi produces so much of the wealth of Pakistan, the challenges you have in delivering services to the community and the options that you are exploring to be able to do that and to be able to maximize your revenue. Honorable Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, David. The population of Karachi is again disputed. 20 million is also not absolutely correct, and there are people who dispute the number. So we are a lot over 20 million inhabitants in the city of Karachi. Just to give you a background, the country that I come from, Pakistan, it has 3 tiers of government: the federal government, the provincial government, and the local government. The majority of taxes which are paid by the inhabitants of Pakistan, by the residents of Pakistan, they are federal taxes. They contribute to the national exchequer. And for instance, my city, which is the city of Karachi, contributes about 60 to 65% of the national revenue. So when I, as the mayor of Karachi, reach out to my constituents asking for money for them to pay local taxes, the first issue that I face is that they're already overburdened by taxes, which are either federal in nature, some taxes are provincial in nature. And that's the real challenge, because the residents of Karachi are not so well acquainted with the concept of localized taxes. Why? Because local government system is still at a very nascent evolution stage in Pakistan. So for people to reconcile with the thought of paying those municipal taxes is I don't see that happening in the immediate future. Now, I was listening to a presentation in the first half where the expert was talking about the responsibilities of local government. Now, I, as the local government representative of the city of Karachi, can confidently say that everything under the sun is the responsibility of the local government. Whether it's development of good neighborhoods, supply of water, sanitation, infrastructure, public parks, you name it. Everything under the sun is the responsibility of the local council or the local government. So when people talk about this dialogue, they focus on the responsibility of the local government. Whereas I'm of the view that while talking of the responsibility, we must also talk about the capacity of the local government. And that capacity is the financial capacity. How would you actually develop the neighborhood? How would you actually make sure that the water reaches out to the residents? How do you make sure the proper sanitation services are available? How do you make sure that infrastructure is developed, public parks are developed? And that's where the challenge is. Why? Because we don't get any federal transfers. We don't get a single penny from the federal government, which actually takes 65% of its revenue from the city of Karachi. We are overly dependent on the provincial government, which provides the major portion of my grant or my share, which actually constitutes 90% as administrative expense or operating expense of salaries, gratuity, pension, or living on a day-to-day basis. So how do I actually conceive large-scale infrastructure projects? How do I ensure that my political manifesto reaches out to the people? For that, I either have the recourse of my own assets, which earn some revenue for me. I have recourse to certain municipal taxes that I am authorized to collect, but people don't reconcile with this aspect that they need to pay that tax. So the amount which is coming into the kitty of the local council is not very reasonable. And the third solution is public-private partnership. And I'm very happy to inform that, my province, our local councils have taken a lead in initiating development projects which are based on public-private partnership. We as a state, we as the government, we as the local council become the enabler, the facilitator. We provide them with the resource which is available, and then the private sector comes in with its financial resources and its enterprise to transform that initiative into a success story. The fourth aspect, something that we are considering to work on, is what Mr. Rahman was focusing on, is municipal bond. Unfortunately, till date, we've not had municipal bonds being floated in Pakistan. Karachi is striving to become the first city to float municipal bonds, which will be listed in the Pakistan Stock Exchange. But again, for the local council to impose or to float that municipal bond, our impediment is regulatory approvals. Because again, when dealing with statutory organizations, with regulators, they are more acquainted to deal with the federal government, more acquainted to deal with the provincial government. Local councils, they don't really, give much serious thought into. And that's where the serious challenge is. I'm of the view that the question that you posed in the initial round, I feel that the local councils are real agents of change. Because a person who's living in a neighborhood, that person is not interested in macro things. That person is interested in micro things, what is happening in his street, what is happening in his neighborhood. And that can only be achieved when there is a local government, when there is a local council which has the capacity to actually generate its own funds, collect revenue, and then spend it on the well-being of its people.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mayor, for that very eloquent presentation. And you mentioned a good point about the issue of revenue and the potential for revenue sharing. And again, you touched on this regulatory issue for supranational bonds. So when it comes to revenue sharing, in some countries, it is actually a constitutional requirement that the tax revenue or is distributed territorially according to a certain formula. Not many, but just some. In some countries as well, there is a way in which the central government, the federal government, or the highest tier collects and then redistributes a proportion to the province and then also to the city, to the municipality. Again, not many, but some. So I think there are models out there that can help to resolve some of these problems. And as I mentioned at the beginning, I hope that from this session and from this event, we will get some really good policy proposals that can go to the 2025 Financing for Development Conference to make sure that that text recognizes that local government finance is a form of development finance. But that text, the Financing for Development Global Agreement, will be signed by ministers of finance. They are the ones who will decide. So we're going to have, our work will be cut out to explain to them, as did the Honorable Mayor of Jakarta, where he had that slide, build Indonesia through Jakarta, that it's actually in their interests to do it. So we're talking about building Indonesia, and the next panelist is Sujala Pant, who is the Deputy Resident Representative of the United Nations Development Programme in Indonesia. So Sujala, I would like to ask you how you are supporting and how development partners can support some of the things that we've been talking about on the panel, and also the elephant in the room that nobody has yet mentioned, which is climate change. Because of course, through climate change, the effects are really felt locally. And that is also where the response has to be. And again, very little of climate finance finds its way down to that local level. So Shujala, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, David, and thank you to my to the honorable panelists. I'm honored to be part of this discussion. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, the question that we have, I think we've heard really interesting and on-the-ground experiences of local governments, of large and smaller municipalities. What I feel is that when we're talking about local government, we do need to approach it from an ecosystem perspective as well, in terms of the enabling environment, because a lot of what can happen at the local level can be facilitated by decisions that are taken or not taken at a national level. And that role, as UNDP and many of our UN partners, I think, is something that we bring to the table. And we know that local governments, regardless of size, have a number of challenges that need to be overcome. You said, everything under the sun is under your mandate. So how do you prioritize? How do you collaborate with different units within the local government, both within, but also, with national partners, etc. And then there's issues of capacity, of course. Capacities in terms of timely planning, in terms of keeping up to date with latest developments, etc. And then as we're talking about financing, I think those are very specific types of knowledge and expertise that needs to be sort of embedded in the practice of local government. So UNDP really has a privileged role, actually, to be able to work on these different dimensions. And because we have the presence in country for long periods of time, the knowledge of the political landscape, the knowledge of the actors and stakeholders, while also bringing in technical solutions is really where our value added is. So I'd like to refer to a few examples, primarily from Indonesia, but I also had the privilege to work in the region, so I'll refer to a few there as well. We know public finance isn't sufficient. At the same time, it is a very important leverage to be able to attract other sources of financing. We know the macro sort of perspective, macro framework is also important to enable some of the changes. So, for instance, UNDP Indonesia has worked very closely with the government here and has been pioneering innovative financing instruments towards SDGs achievement, including climate change, and I'll get to that. Indonesia was the first country to issue the Green Sukuk in 2018. It was followed by the SDGs bond, 2021. Last year, the blue bond was issued. And I think what's interesting to see is the thematic focus of these bonds also shows the shifting priorities of the government. It doesn't mean that one becomes less important, but the blue is something really quite central at the moment in Indonesia. And in these processes, UNDP has been very closely engaged in terms of supporting in the development of the government SDG securities framework. Without that framework, which sort of articulates the different components to enable a blue bond or a green bond or SDG bond, it becomes much more difficult for local governments to take actions at their level. So we've been closely engaged with that. And then the issuance of the bonds in the past years have leveraged approximately $10 billion US. So when we talk about financing that can actually be channeled towards development objectives, this has led to 30 million vaccines being rolled out, 11 million scholarships, renewable energy infrastructure in various parts of the country. So there is real change that's happening, and the technical assistance that we're able to support with, in setting the framework, in assessing the impact and the use of these bonds, because ultimately it's really about you need to convince the investors, whoever they are, that the proceeds are actually going for the intended purpose. And that's something, that's an area where we come in. Climate budget tagging is something that I would like to refer to as well, where In Indonesia and a number of other countries, Bangladesh, Ghana, Nepal, Philippines, Kenya, we've worked with government to track public finance and look at their association with, to what extent they're related and contributing to climate change challenges and what allocations and expenditures are being made. And that's also very important. Climate is very cross-cutting, right? It's not one sector. So it does give you a flavor of the changes that are being enabled. And again, in Indonesia, this is being piloted in a number of subnational governments to basically look at the climate responsiveness of these local bodies. I would also like to talk about Islamic finance. I mentioned the Green Sukuk in 2018. We've also been working very much at the local level through the National Zakat Agency. It's called Basnas here. And so with Basnas and a local bank, some resources have also been raised and mobilized towards local level priorities. But what's really important to highlight, David, here is these are not happening in isolation. I think the benefit that we have as a large agency is that there are different initiatives happening where these pilots initially are anchored and can be taken to scale. And that's something else that we bring to the table in addition to the technical expertise and the technical assistance that we support our government partners with. I'll end it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Sujala. That's extremely interesting, and I note a couple of points you made. I think this idea of budget tracking or having a budget code, as you all know, the ministries of finance always have these national systems of accounts. But if you can start to track, for example, climate adaptation or mitigation funding, then you can see where that funding goes on a territorial level across the different levels of territorial administration, because many studies have shown, and we've collaborated on this in other programs, and many of you will know, that the majority of the expenditure for, well, the majority of the functions for climate adaptation are actually at the subnational levels of government. Climate adaptation ends up being about water management. Either there's too much water or there's too little, there's not enough drainage or there's not enough irrigation or there's too much runoff. It ends up being about road standards and quality, building standards. These are local government functions. But most climate adaptation finance ends up going to ministries of environment that traditionally have a regulatory function, not an implementing function. And that's why I think this kind of method where working to track and have a budget tracker so you can see, look, that's where the money is going, can help governments move the climate finance that they have, whether it's from their own resources or from vertical funds, move it to where it can be most effective. And I think that's a really good example of how the UN network can take lessons from one country and take them to others. Also well noted your point about the ecosystem that is required, this ecosystem for local government finance. And I'd just like to, before we open up to the floor, just to finish on this ecosystem point. So there is actually an agenda which has been agreed by United Cities and Local Governments called the Malaga Agenda. And it is about the elements of the ecosystem that are needed for local governments to really drive national development. And we've touched on 4 of the 5. The Mayor of Karachi talked about the PPPs and city investments. We've heard about the transfers from central to local government. We've also heard about the revenue, and we've heard about the potential for bonds. So the 5th is guarantee schemes. So there need to be various forms of guarantee schemes that can guarantee local government projects so that they don't have this problem when it comes to getting them approved by the ministries of finance. Because if there's a guarantee there, then it means it won't have such an effect on the borrowing limit or the credit rating of the central government. So there is currently a proposal for a sustainable city guarantee facility, which is being worked on with the European Union. And we actually believe that this will be available to Sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia, including Indonesia. And in fact, Sujala and I are looking at some of the cities that could be applied to in this country, but also other parts of Asia. And that will be, again, another way of showing how a city can use this guarantee fund, maybe for the kind of thing you want to do in Karachi. And then this will help the minister agree, because the project is guaranteed by this separate fund. So I think guarantee funds for cities are also a very important piece of the jigsaw. So I was requested to keep time for questions, and I hoped we could have a second round. So there's 22 minutes left. So I'd like to, would anybody like to ask a question or make a comment based on what they've heard so far about the various ways in which local government finance really can become development finance? Due to the lights, I can't quite see here, so please put your hand up, or if not, we'll go back to the panelists for follow-up questions, for follow-up discussion, I should say. Please, is there a microphone? Could the gentleman introduce himself and ask the question?
Okay, thank you very much.
Lady, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. I'm Abiodun Esiet from Nigeria. I work with the president of Nigeria. I just wanted to share what we're doing in Nigeria about demanding for local government autonomy, because without local government autonomy, there can be financial independence of the local government. So for us at the federal government, we took all the 36 state governors to court demanding that there should be local government autonomy, and we have support from the parliament as well, asking for local government autonomy. Because we practice federalism, the way we disburse money from the federal government, we disburse money for the local government to the state government, and we found that most of the money meant for the local government doesn't get to the local government, because the governors are managing, they appoint caretakers to manage the local council, which is not making the local council to work. So if we have presidents that have strong political will to demand for local government autonomy, they can learn from Nigeria. We are currently in the Supreme Court right now, waiting for judgment, demanding that local government autonomy should be implemented, and any funds for local government should be directly paid from the central bank government of Nigeria into the local government accounts. Thank you.
Well, that is a very interesting point you make. And you know, it's very timely, because prior to coming here, I was in another country that I'm not going to name, because it wouldn't be, it just wouldn't be correct to name them, but I was talking to somebody from the Ministry of Planning and Finance about the experience of Tanga and the Tanga Uwasa bond. This was in an African country, and saying, look, this is the kind of thing they say, oh, we can do this. We would like to do this in these cities. It's easy. We're bigger than Tanzania. We can do it. But then, actually, you probably cannot do it, even if you wanted to, because under your structure, there is no financial autonomy, and these subnational units of government do not have any kind of, you're so centralized that they do not have what you call a legal personality. They cannot sue, they cannot be sued, they cannot own assets. So if you have such a centralized system where you might have a large city, but in effect, that city is a department of the central government, it's not a legally autonomous unit, then it won't be able to do that. The only way to do it is by borrowing, and you're already maxed out on your credit card. The country cannot borrow anymore. So that's why it's important to free up this local fiscal space and to create this kind of autonomy, so that it's possible to explore these kind of solutions. So it's very much in the interest of central governments to wake up and understand that. that it's in the national interest to create local autonomy. So I think this was a very good point that you make, and I really appreciate you making it. Are you representing a city? Are you the mayor of a city, the speaker, or were you just, are you a technical expert? Over to you. This is a question from the panel to the floor.
Okay, I'm representing my country as the Senior Special Advisor to the President of Nigeria on community development.
Thank you. No, that's a very good point you made. Any more questions or comments, please?
Thank you very much. It's a really interesting session. Indeed, financing has been a big issue that local governments have been talking about. I echo what a previous speaker mentioned about getting the authority. And this is extremely important, and many local governments have been also fighting for that. But sometimes we also have to look at, even when you are given the authority, you have all regulations in which you can raise whatever funds in your capacity as local governments, but some of them do not use it. I think this is against the mix of capacity, the mix of political will, and also the mix of a kind of really a collaboration. Because in Indonesia, we are given all the authorities to access all kind of funds, including municipal bonds, but we don't have even one municipal bonds released in the country. And another issue is also about basically the importance of getting them realize it, because a lot of financials are possible if we can really look for it. And I think we really need to strengthen local capacities, and I think this is also something that we really have to push for that. Thank you.
That's a really great point. Capacity is important, but so is leadership. And I think here we have three local leaders that can show what is possible. And, you know, sometimes capacity is used as an excuse not to do something. But if you have leadership, then the capacity follows the leadership, I think, quite often. But that's a great question that you raise. And the leadership is not always there, and the capacity to use the authority that is given. Any more questions or comments? If not, I'm going to go back to the panel.
I have one question.
Please.
It's probably both a question and a comment. So my name is Yankuba Dabo from the Gambia. Now, just as the person who just Abdul, I believe, from Nigeria, direct opposite to that. In Gambia, we have it under our local government act that the central government is supposed to provide 25% of our development fund as local authorities. But the challenge we have is the central government is not forthcoming with that fund for us annually. So the local governments are struggling big time to meet their development funds. Now the question I want to raise is that these central governments are annually meeting in New York about the SDGs. What can the UN do in order to put pressure on some of these central governments to actually provide or share certain percentage of the national revenue to the local authorities? Because without us having access to these funds, it's almost impossible for us to attain the sustainable development goals within our cities. And as they said, the majority of the inhabitants of the world are going to be living in cities. If the cities are not empowered, and they can only be empowered by central governments, and most central governments are having these funds, but they're not providing it. They're not willing to share it with the local governments. And local governments are left to fend from UN and other development partners when they can actually be able to get some of these funds from the central government. So the question is, what can the UN and the different UN bodies do in order to put pressure on the central governments to be able to provide these development funds to the local authorities? Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question. I'm going to start to answer it, and then I'll pass the microphone back to the panelists to kind of continue. So, very good question you raised. Of course, the UN is a club of member states. It's not a club of local governments. But recently, there has been some entry of local governments into the UN. There is an advisory council. I think a couple of members of the advisory council are here. I think there is the honorable mayor from Nouakchott in Mauritania, who maybe is here in this meeting, or at least I saw her name on the invitation list, who is a member of this advisory council. And it's an advisory council to the Secretary General Gutierrez to advise on the role of local governments in development. So this is a huge step forwards. It's recently been created. And there's also what's called a global task force of local and regional governments that are organized through United Cities and Local Governments, UN Habitat, and lots of other agencies. But it's basically a global task force of local governments. And they are able to lobby, and they have a particular local government day, a session at the UN. So there are those two routes in. But as you quite rightly say, the United Nations is really made up of member states. But in 2025, there will be this Financing for Development conference. And all the governments will agree a text that will be then used as the template for development finance for the next 10 years. It's very important that these ideas get into that text. So what can we do? So Gambia, you say, has this 25% of revenue should go back down to local governments in the Local Government Act. So perhaps how to make Gambia proud of that, so that as a country, when it goes to the negotiations, it's able to say, look, we do this and we are actually leading. We are leading the way in sharing our revenue, and somehow find a way to make it a good thing for the government to defend what they are doing and see the benefit of it for the country. And even though maybe it doesn't always work properly, how to get them to defend it, because it will be the central governments that will be the ones who approve this Financing for Development text. So we need a narrative that local government finance is actually development finance. It is actually a way forwards. And I'd like to pass the floor, perhaps just from this end to that end. I'd pass the microphone to the speakers. I mean, any reflections that you have on the questions that you have heard? You, Madam, first.
Thank you, Dave. My reflection is on the last submission from Gambia. An interesting submission from Nigeria. I'll have a sidebar with her after the session. My reflection from what Gambia has said is the fact that as local government, I do believe that we can do more to raise our own revenue. The government purse is tight, and donor funds are not so common anymore. So I think, as Dave was saying, let's talk leadership, and capacity will follow. Let's stand up as leaders, find a way to raise our own revenue in order to finance these SDGs. Once we start doing that, I think it will be easy for central government to come to the party and partner with us. Thank you, Dave.
Thank you so much. I heard the comment which was given by the representative from Nigeria, but also the question posed by the representative from Gambia. I learned something. We local government, first, we have to create creditworthiness as a local government. But also we have to increase our own revenue collection. Thirdly, we have to control our expenditure. The expenditure which we collected from our revenue, we have to control our expenditure and to be well disciplined through that expenditure. But also, we are supposed to make a long-term financing planning. We have to make a long-term financing planning in order each and everybody and any other institution to know the local planning regarding to financing. But also, we have to make a process mapping for financing in our local authorities. I can say, why have we succeeded in our local bond? And this goes directly to implementation of sustainable development goals to the common peoples. First, there is a trust between the central government to the local government. There is a trust. Also, was a political will. Ministry of Financing was participating fully to make sure that the issue could be successful and implementable, and the money which is invested can be reimbursed to the funders. But on top of that, there is a trust and guarantee from the government. The state itself, it involved to see the capacity of local government and respectively to that institution. Much evaluation and monitoring of the different projects done through that authority was well secured and evaluated to see the capacity of that authority. And even those who have come to buy bond, they come and make evaluation for the institution before buying that bond. And we promised them, and they see our capacity, and from October of this year, we are going to provide the dividend to the investors. And the dividend is going to be given of 13.5% after per annum, and is going to be provided after each 6 months. And the bond was launched on 30th April, but is going to start to give the dividend October 13th this year. But this is the assurance of the authority itself. And in order to make it trustees of other stakeholders, the vice president is the one came to launch that bond. Another things which I can contribute from the Gambia representative, Tanzania is different. I, as a mayor of Tanga City, our revenue annually is 20 billion. 20 billion we collect annually, Tanzania shillings, which is equivalent to 7.4, around 7.4 million dollars, US million dollars. And among that $7.4 million, 70% is used for development of my council. 70%, according to our policy, it should be used and very restricted to be used for only development of the respective council. And the 30% is only used for recurrent or other costs or charges. So that is the policy of our country. But apart from that, my council is getting more than 47 billion annually from the central government. More than 47 billions from the central government. This money which is come from the central government, and it is budgeted by central government, it is provided, which we are paid all civil servants. We have more than 3,000 civil servants in Tanga City. All civil servants, they are getting their basic salary from the central government, plus their retired allowance. It is responsible for central government. But also, through that amount of about 47 billions, that amount, inclusive of that amount, there is a money from the development partners. It is from the national revenue, but also there is development partners who give money to the central government, but the central government is giving money to the local government through the money which is acquired from the development partners and the other stakeholders from anywhere all over the world. So this is how Tanzania working. So the central government is not leaving the local government alone. The local government cannot afford to sustain the service of its people. That is why the local government is just given small responsibilities, such as all councillors in my constituents are being paid by the local government itself, including mayor, and all of those cash shows and so on and so forth, and other small issues, stationery and fuel, motor vehicle expenses, and so on and so forth. Thank you so much.
Very interesting. Before giving the floor to the Honourable Mayor from Karachi, just one quick point I'd like to make. That's quite an impressive figure. $7.4 million in US equivalent from a city of around 400,000 people in Tanzania. And it shows you that there are resources locally if there are people are empowered to collect them. I just wanted to make that point. Honourable Mayor?
In my view, I do not subscribe to this thought because this will not necessarily solve the problem. For example, in my province, the share of every local council is guaranteed in the Sindh Local Government Act of 2013. There is a Provincial Finance Commission which stipulates that this much guaranteed share would be given to every respective council. Unfortunately, the amount, 90% of the amount actually ends up going in the operating expenses. And this leads to complacency with the local council, that the local council knows that come what may, I will have an elder brother or a father figure who will be fending for me. So I want to emphasize the importance of our local taxes, our local resources to be utilized in the best possible manner so that we have local access to revenue which we can independently then spend on the well-being of our people. Until and unless local councils go towards self-generating sources of revenue, I don't think the issue will ever be resolved. So the way forward, in my view, would not be guaranteeing a share in the provincial revenue or the federal revenue. Yes, that is there, but we must endeavor to make sure that we are focusing on our own sources of revenue. We know how to utilize our resources and collect our local taxes.
Jujal, any final thoughts from your side?
Thank you. Yes, David, maybe just 2 or 3 points. One, I wanted to respond to the gentleman from the Gambia to give an example actually of what we've done. We talked about the climate budget tagging. You know, finance information is not necessarily understandable by many of us who are more general policy makers working in policy. What we did in Nepal was to develop a handbook for parliamentarians so that it wasn't any external agency that is holding the decision makers to account, but it's really elected representatives who are looking at allocation of budget for climate, how much is being spent, what is the effect of that, and if things aren't going the right way, then they have enough evidence to sort of put the pressure on decision makers. So there are some practical tools that have been developed that could also be perhaps applied to create that kind of pressure and the demand for more sustainable, more development-oriented investments and public financing. And just maybe one last point, when we were talking about, what can we do? I think a lot of the options, when we talk about different instruments, whether it's municipal bonds, ecological fiscal transfers, which we work on as well, a lot of it is about demystifying the instruments that are available. Sometimes we simply don't know. And making that information available and then working on operationalizing them and what that means for specific local governments is probably quite a simple, straightforward contribution that we can make to the debate as well, because this is an evolving area. There are new instruments that are being tested. Some are not yet tested. Some are still kind of doing scoping work, etc. So I think just even knowing what's available to be able to access those can be very helpful for local governments with varying capacities. So I'll just end it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed, and thank you to the whole panel. I think they all deserve a round of applause. And time is up. If you're interested in exploring these themes more, there is a recent publication by the United Nations called Local Government Finance is Development Finance. And quite a lot of the examples you've heard about and other similar examples are referenced in that publication. So you can look that up. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very insightful panel indeed. Let's give a big round of applause for all the esteemed speakers as well as moderator who just led this panel session and a lot of key takeaways, I believe, for all of us. Thank you, esteemed speakers. You may return to your seats. Yes, so that was the second session that we had today, and it's always very interesting when you talk about money, but it's good to know that we have a lot of ways actually and instruments to find financing and opening up some investments and making the SDGs to go forth in your respective cities. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we do hope that you got the insight from session 2, and we are going to continue with our next session or discussion on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, at the local level. And our next session will explore how digital government, smart cities, and inclusion can actually serve as investment pathways. Now, speakers who will be joining us later on this next panel are Honorable Ms. Tavida Kamalvesh, the Deputy Governor of Bangkok Metropolitan Administration, Thailand. Also joining us later on, Mr. Ngo Trung Hai, General Secretary, Association of Cities of Vietnam. And we will also have Ms. Abiodun Esiet, Senior Special Assistant to the President of Nigeria. And also joining us later, Mr. Marco Camilla, representative for Indonesia, UNIDO, and Ms. Anna Torlund, public governance expert, UNPOG, DPIDG or DESA, who's joining us later on through video, as far as I know. And these esteemed experts are practitioners as well, who are at the forefront of digital innovation and inclusive urban development. And who are going to be leading us later on is actually a respected leader in urban governance and sustainable development. Our moderator will be Ms. Bernadia Irawati Chandra Dewi, the Secretary General of EUC LG Asia Pacific. So with this, would like to invite all of the esteemed speakers and moderator to come forward to the stage and do the session together. Thank you very much. And with this, I would hand over the stage to Miss Berna. Take it away.
Halo, selamat siang. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. Are you still with us for this session? Yes? Okay, great. We are having a very interesting panelists today, and certainly the topic is very, very interesting. And we are talking about leveraging the 6 key transitions investment pathways to achieve the SDGs locally. And we are talking about digital government and smart cities. I think we all clear what are the 6 key transitions. This is about several issues that let me highlight some of them. Like we are transition from short-term to long-term investment horizons. We also have traditional to impact investing parts, and of course we are talking about from silo to integrated approaches, and from risk management to opportunity recognition. This is more about how to have a sustainable infrastructure, and from global to local contextualization. This is something that we have been talking about, and from exclusion to inclusion. And when we talk about entry points, there are 6 certainly: food system, energy access and affordability, education, jobs and social protection, climate change, biodiversity and pollutions. And one which is what we are going to talk more in this session is about digital connectivity. So we have, I can call you Ajahn Tafida. Ajahn means professor. We have Ajahn Tafida, who is Deputy Governor of Bangkok. After you have a new governor, Bangkok governor, of course, supported by you, Deputy Governor. I see Bangkok is much greener. I see more trees along the way from airport to the cities, and of course you also have this digital, initiatives in the form what we call it smart cities, and this is also quite interesting trend that because more and more cities are getting more interested in creating smart cities or smart governments or digital governments. So you have the floor, 10 minutes, please.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for the kind words. And you give me 10 minutes, and you send me 6 questions. I did my homework too, so I'm going to try to go through all the 6 questions that they have me before. Okay, let me start by doing this. I'm going to spend like 1 or 2 minutes telling you the picture first, just in case you're not very familiar with Bangkok. Basically, the size of service of Bangkok is actually handling about 10 million people. We have 5.49 in terms of registration, and we have another 2.2 in terms of shadow population who actually residing in Bangkok. However, house and home is actually belong to the other provinces in Thailand. And we also welcome for another 2 million commuter and another 2 million each month for tourists. So by far, you can see the diversity within Bangkok itself, and we have to take care of all of everyone. And the concept of smart, let me make it just a short phrase. This administration has defined smart city as enough smart, in which smart city means smart people. So whatever we do, underlying that is making sure that the communication, the literacy, technology, even if we have those advanced technology and digitization, we also have analog system so that we actually understand that the asymmetry, the complexity, and the uncertainty in the urban cities really vary within Bangkok. So you can see a high-rise building altogether with many of homeless actually in Bangkok as well. In that meaning, we actually translated the SDG 17 goals into a livable city index as well. And we're emphasizing on dimensional development plan, in which you can see that we're actually emphasizing both physical and also a soft touch of human skill, and also the society inclusiveness, and of course, agility for a government and governance system. To indicate that, let's see what question that the events is actually handling to me to answer. How I accelerate the achievement of the SDG. So the 6 key points that we're actually emphasizing now, if you really look at it, is also these 6 key points is also directed to the 9-dimensional development plan that Bangkok has. So it's an easy way out, basically. You're dealing with bureaucratic system. The session before me mentioning centralization, mentioning decentralization. So Bangkok is fully decentralized from the central government as a discourse. Some of the authority and power still lie under the central government as well, as the session before me goes. However, in of the development that we have, we can also deal with it. For example, in terms of education, we have about almost 900 schools in Bangkok. 50% of that is actually belong to Bangkok administration that we're taking care of. So even if we have a limited kind of jurisdiction, because we have private sector, we have NGO, we have international community within Bangkok. But under ourselves that we're taken care of, we can do some of the directing as well. So I second the representative from Malaysia, Norani, that actually data is a problem. I just keep thinking on my own that even if I have opened Bangkok, I digitize a lot of data, but the data only belong to public. I don't have much of the data that belong to private sector. regardless that the other government agency within Bangkok, I don't have that data either. So in fact, basically when we're trying to localize this SDG, the result is actually partially reflected. So by far, we emphasize on this key element and trying to make it actually digitized, as well as providing a service. We have lifelong learning kind of balance in terms of education into the security of life. We have climate change response. We are up to carbon neutral and carbon credit. As Benedict said, that it's looked greener for the past 2 years. The governor has a campaign of 1 million trees in 4 years, our term, and this is already 2 years. And we get 991,000 trees planted already. So basically, we might double up at the end of it is with 2 million. With 2 million trees, so note that we might reach into 9.0 square meter per person, in which a criteria of the WHO being a healthy city. So indicator of the SDG and else is actually matters as well for us to develop. This is everyone actually showed this, so I have to show this as well. So it's just some of the indicators that we can actually make progress, and some of that we still no, we have not actually reached that. Some of that is the problem of physical setting. Some of that is the problem of the activities within it, and also the open data is one of the problem as well to access the result, because right now, Bangkok is one of the top cities within Thailand that have the open data. We have 1,106 data sets on the internet of all 3,001 data sets. So, but not everyone's is actually open data. So when we do the analysis, it's a little less than we actually hope for. And second question, you're asking me how is improve the local service. As I said, smart city means smart people. And we actually have to be able to make sure that all of this is actually feasible and viable for our people as well. So in this, you guys know fondue. My governor and I has been bragging about this fondue system. Basically, anyone in Bangkok can complain the problem in front of their house, and then we have to respond within 24 hours. And by far, this is very good, and it's actually increased one of the elements of democratic country, which is active citizen. So people actually reported the problem, and then the district office has been decentralized and authorized by the governor. You don't need approval from us. You just directly can actually order the fix and the solution solving for the people. And every deputy governor and the governor has a monitoring and evaluation system through the cell phone. So by far this is good, especially for performance assessment when time of promotion coming in. So transparency and accountability in place as well. And this one is how we track the performance. Right now, Bangkok is on the tracking performance. Everything you can access by internet. Just type something .bangkok.go.tz, it would reach you there. And this, the people controlling the public policy and every policy in 9-dimensional development plan that BMA do. So this is real time, monthly update, and every day putting in data. Next question, you're asking me how to support the development and implementation of digital government in terms of public-private partnership. As you can see that we cannot do it alone within Bangkok, 1,500 square kilometers. That's huge, especially with the city that is not a design city. It's a natural construct city, long history of it. So to make some change, we need to actually make the government as an open government. So we have many platforms, analog way that we have a Bangkok Ranger, which is a new generation council working with us. We have a lot of MOU going on with the private sector, and we actually share the data with them. I have 1 million health checkup program on right now for free. So anyone at all, I don't care who they are in that 10 million, just come by my unit and have the health checkup, and data will be given back to the people who actually keep checking up. And I have a big data of the status quo of the health of the city people so that I can manage as well. So with this, we have a digital platform as well to do a lot of sharing. A lot of people giving us solutions, a lot of people, especially academia, giving a consult paper with no pay, which means we have data open right on the internet. They can access data at any time. So the academy is actually spending their time analyzing the data for us for free, actually. So this is the other way of getting the consult paper without pay. So that BMAs actually have a lot of solutions to actually try with. Also, you're asking me of public-private financing, the trees and then the green area. We're actually getting into financial mechanism. For example, anyone that giving the private land to BMA for 7 years, that's go to tax exemption. And you can do like a pond, you can do a water resistant, you can do a green area and else. So basically we're joining in terms of doing that so that we can make the society as together as a whole. And other question you have for me is the inclusiveness in terms of how we see it as a factor. So right now we have citizen. This is our core value working within BMA. Our core value is citizen-centric. So instead of telling what public agency or BMA can do, just thinking what they have to get and then coming back what we can do. So that is a little twisting that citizen-centric. And also co-creation by collaboration and digital government. Right now, every data is actually, even spatial data, you can access as well. Go to Google, type in Bangkok risk map or Bangkok health map. You will get every data that Bangkok has, except PDPA, privacy control. Those data, you wouldn't get it through the internet. With this, we can do a lot of co-creation. We do one-stop service, we do universal design, and also we're doing this kind of learning program and tracking. So by far as the definition go for smart city that we're using to answer to SDG, diversity go. So you both have analog system and digital system all together parallelly, because we have to serve people who is not very good at technological literacy as well. Otherwise, someone would be left behind. So if the concept in the morning, I heard from the video at the beginning that no one left behind. So as long as I know, I have about almost a couple 10,000 people, and I also have 3,000 of them the age over 100. So I think I might have to deal with this as well in terms of taking care of this. And this would be quite almost the last picture that I have, because the question has been heading to me as well. What would be next in terms of the 6 key elements? So let's say, in terms of food system, we have food bank. Right now, urban poor can get a voucher to go to our food bank as well. The food banks is actually working both regularly in terms of normal and crisis situation. Energy assessment right now, we are actually changing the energy to alternate energy. Of course, we're doing green areas, trying to get back our carbon neutral, and we will go to carbon revenue anytime soon by the end of this year, so that the incentive financial mechanism go for the private sector as well. And also the climate change right now, we are trying enormously to get into MCR, making city resilience, hoping that the twinning between climate change and disaster risk reduction can also go together. Also, job and social creation right now, we're actually opening a lot of jobs because a lot of people actually follow the economic system within Bangkok after COVID, of course. So we're actually hiring more. We even actually hire disabilities. I think Bangkok is the first public agency that hiring disabilities as a civil service. And I have 83,000 civil service with me. So I'm trying to get to that 10% right now. I'm climbing up at about 3 to 5%. So not there yet. And last but not the least, we're trying to do the literacy and we communicate to the people to join the program as well. Finally, these are all that we define and how we become smart city in terms of, we actually have to make sure that none of our digitization outsmart people. How scary that is, getting to one of the restaurant and no waiter and waitress is there, only a robot. So it's scary enough for some of the people in the society as well. Infrastructure have to be there. You cannot deny. A smart city wouldn't actually happen to be occur without the infrastructure. So we are getting there, Internet of Things and all the digitization, platform providing both analog and digitization, and also the service. So we're hoping that doing this, The idea of it is having everyone own the SDG, having everyone own an SDG. Otherwise, SDG is too far from them. I have 10 million people in Bangkok, so we cannot speak SDG language to every one of them. So the only way that I can speak this language to them is providing the platform and the way of participation that they actually can join. So hopefully by the end of it, I can make Bangkok livable city for all. Thank you.
Thank you. It's really excellent. You answered all the questions, and first let me congratulate you for making a progress on SDGs, wherever goals are. And you also highlighted very well on these benefits of digitalization, giving good services to the people, and of course also collecting feedbacks. And this is bringing also inclusivity. I think that's quite interesting, and the fundings is also quite interesting. You managed to bring all kind of stakeholders to provide the fundings for this SDGs acceleration. But of course, I have some questions about the challenges, because you didn't mention anything about that, and it seems to be everything going so well. And I'm sure behind that, you must have also some difficulties and challenges. But I like the things that you say, that we have to invest in people and focus more on smart people. And, well, SDG should be owned by the people. I think that's very interesting things that you said. Let me move to maybe Senior Special Assistant, Ms. Abidun Aziz. I hope I pronounced your name rightly. Senior Special Assistant to President of Nigeria. I heard you made a comment just now, I think. It's not working? Okay. So you also have a floor, and we sent you questions earlier. Please.
Thank you very much. Just to give a little background about Nigeria, Nigeria has over 2 million people. We have 36 state governments and 774 local governments. Nigeria is an oil-producing nation, and just to give that brief background, during the era of COVID-19, we all realized the need for embracing digitalization and technology in all our service delivery. And COVID-19 also made us to see the gaps in terms of our preparedness for smart city and e-governance. We could see during the COVID-19, we were able to embrace digital technology for our e-commerce, for telemedicine healthcare, and also for digital governance. So it's a reality of what the need for digital governance. So I will be speaking in this section on exploring the opportunities and challenges of implementing the digital government and also smart city initiative locally in Nigeria, focusing on some of the achievements and challenges, and also financing through public-private partnerships. So for the digital transformation and inclusion, digital transformation involves integrating digital technology into all the areas of a society, inclusiveness, ensuring that no one is left behind, that everyone, especially the most vulnerable, benefit from these changes. Key aspects is in healthcare, social protection, education, and job security. What you see in the most part of the African countries is that you have more digital literacy in the big cities, while the other smaller cities are left behind. And most of the investors also concentrate in the big cities, leaving the rural area behind in terms of digital knowledge and technology. And this is the opportunity that SDG has given, that no one should be left behind. Everybody deserves digital literacy. For achievement in the digital transformation, globally, many digital transformation initiatives have shown positive support. In Nigeria, the federal capital, Abuja City, we have Abuja Smart City Initiative that helps to mix governance, transport, tourism, health, business, home, and smarter through strategic collaboration between the public and the private sector. The Abuja Smart City Initiative also offers biometric-based identity card e-payment function. So Abuja Municipal Area Council also bidded for the Seoul Smart City program, and they got a bronze medal for their Smart City initiative that is known as Waste Bazaar. The initiative was to organize the informal waste speakers. It was majorly on about recycling of waste, and it was to reform the waste sectors, organizing the informal sectors, using digital technology to track waste and get people to sign up for waste speakers to pick up the waste, and also transforming waste to wealth. So we were structuring the informal sectors who are waste pickers that you see in many rural communities, picking waste and sorting waste. We also used that project to sensitize people about separating waste from the source. And in the same way, we're also using it to promote waste to wealth, buying the waste materials from people and reselling them to recycling companies for them to get back their waste. So it's one of the initiatives that the Abuja Municipal, which the local government in Nigeria won as a bronze medal in Seoul City in Korea. So some of the challenges of the digital transformation is technological barrier. Like I said, there's a digital gap between the urban city and the rural areas in African countries and also in Nigeria inclusive. This includes outdated infrastructure, limited access to high-speed internet, and insufficient technical experts. There are some places you go that the connectivity, telecoms is not so strong, and there are other places that you have dominant of them. So there's a digital divide, like I said, challenges in digital transformation, existing inequality, those without access to digital tools and the internet are left behind. So bridging the gap is one of the critical roles and benefits of government, and we could do this in partnership with private sectors as well. Privacy and also security concern. As organizations digitalize their operations and services, they must handle vast amounts of sensitive data. Ensuring the protection of this data from cyber thefts, breaches, and unauthorized access is crucial. I know in most countries, the federal government that manages the digital protection and data gotten from citizens, and this needs to be protected. A lot of times you face issues from hackers who get access to the data of your citizens and use that to maybe change narrative during electoral cycles or other things. So it needs to be protected. The concern necessitates a robust cybersecurity measures, continuous monitoring, and also strict privacy policy. And you know, for African countries, most of the development partners or development countries who are helping us with data management are from the global north. And how are we protecting our data as Africans? We also need to build our capacity to embrace technology, manage development, be a critical player in the AI development, and also making sure that we are also using the resources we have inwards to protect ourselves. Resistance to change, it arises from employees' fear to unknown, concern about over-job security, and disconnection and discomfort with new technologies. A lot of jobs have been taken by AI, and most people are afraid of losing their jobs to the AIs and, you know, other robots, which is also part of the digital transformation, which we need to embrace. But how do we ensure that there's a job security in the process? So for financing challenges for digital transformation, like I said earlier, projects require substantial funding. Traditional funding sources like government budgets and also over the year are sometimes insufficient, necessitate innovative financing mechanism, and also strong public-private partnership is important. Players in the private sector will only commit to resources are caused by limited because of long payback period and uncertain returns to investment. So this is just a brief description about PPP, and I think for us who are in government, governance is not wholly about people in governance. We have to have partners within the education sectors and also the private sectors. This triangle of development should be maintained and encouraged. Government should look for partners from the educational institution and also from the private sector to derive change. The educational institution can help bring about innovations, and the private sector can also help the government to finance those innovations to address public service efficiency. Like I said about the Abuja Smart City project, it's an initiative between the Federal Capital Territory of Nigeria and the private sectors working together collaboratively to see how we can have smart city in Abuja, a multi-purpose smart card, resident enhancing security and also financial service and mobility, promoting e-commerce within the local industry and also promoting public service. All, the federal government of Nigeria too is Ministry on Digitalization have embraced making sure that there is e-governance in all our local governments in Nigeria so that you can access public services at the comfort of your houses like it should be. Overcoming this challenge, like we said, it's majorly about financial sustainability, partnership, building trust with investors is also one of the important key things. For Abuja Municipal Area Council, they built trust by also signing into what we call Open Governance Partnership, which is called OGP, and it's one of the initiatives I will encourage local governments to also embrace. So we are demanding for financial autonomy, which should also be held accountable to whatever finances that comes to you. And the OGP platform gives you that opportunity. It's a global platform that gives you the opportunity to work collaboratively with the civil society organization to derive an action plan, work with the government in addressing those action plans, and seeing that there's accountability and transparency in what you do in the local governance. So this explains the multi-stakeholder partnership that we have between the government and the private sectors and also the citizens who are the end result of the transparency and development.
Could you conclude?
Yes, conclusion, just implementing the insight and recommendation, implementing SDG by subnational needs to strengthen administrative capacity, like I said, of local governance, establish a quality management system. We've talked about capacity of local governance, and I think beyond that, I think local governments across have the necessary capacity to manage any development and also to manage implementation of SDGs. And it's a call to action for the International Mayors Forum to expand the scope of partners that will be attending this forum, bring in the ministers of finance of different countries to sit with the local mayors, bring in development partners like the whole GP partnership to also train some of the local governments, and also bring in the ministers of development in the different countries so that we're not just to sit with the local mayors, bring in development partners like the whole GP partnership to also train some of the local governments, and also bring in the ministers of development in the different countries so that we're not just talking to ourselves, we're talking to triangles of people who can actually implement change. And UCLG can actually champion this to make sure that the necessary key partners who are meant to be in this international forum are here. Its administration is a political process. No international agency can dictate for any state or country on what to do, on how to manage their finances. But we can appeal and make an advocacy to presidents of different countries. It could be a call for action. It could be a memorandum from the UN agency for presidents of different countries to sign up to local government autonomy, making sure that local governments are financially autonomous in what they're doing, and in that way would definitely implement and the strengthening of SDGs locally, and also in achieving the successful transformation in sustainable development. So like I said, in conclusion, smart city needs to be respected. It is respectful for local tradition and local contents. And the end goal of Smart City Initiative should not just be about to replicate another city's success, but to integrate this into the local environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for highlighting the challenges and also giving us very good recommendations. I think we all, I see everybody is nodding, means agree with whatever recommendation you put just now. And thank you so much. Important of political will and also participatory governance in digital transition. Let me now move back to Asia. We have here Secretary General of Association of Cities of Vietnam, Secretary Ngo Trung Hai. You are presenting association here, and I think we all very clear what the function of the association. And you also given the same questions, same as we given to the other panelists. So you have 10 minutes to speak here on this digital transition and focusing on e-governance or governments. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bernardia. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, now that I would like to speak about sustainable social housing. Yeah, so in our urban modern transformation in Vietnam, we try to think about the justice, therefore not the high income and also the poor people and low income. And with the Vietnam, we focus on the goal 11. Yeah, we focus on the sustainable city and also community. Then we emphasize the important role of sustainable and resilient urban and rural development to ensure safe living and working environment. So up to by 2030, the city and human settlement are inclusive, safe, resilient, sustainable, to ensure that everyone, especially vulnerable people, women, children, people with a disability, and old people have access to adequate, safe housing and basic service. So at the reasonable price. So the social housing is a reasonable price. And then our government decided, okay, next 5 years, we try to build 1 million apartment in social housing. So just only have more than 5 years. Then that's why we try to build 1 million apartment, because now we need 2,400,000 units. Yeah, so that's why we have to build 1 million for the next 5 years. And you can see in the picture, the people live, we have the people live in very small, and also the lack of the basic the condition, like a small apartment. But in opposite, we have a lot of the new house in the urban commotion the complex, but nobody lives there. So the investor focus on the middle income and also the rich people, but still have the more than the 2 million the people need a house. Then who need the social housing? So we have the 12 the kind of the people. For example, the worker, the poor people, the low income people, and also the army, and also the student, the farmer, and also the civil servant. Then we want to give a reasonable house for them. But we need the incentive policy. For example, the land use free exemption, tax incentive, infrastructure support around the project, loan and low interest rate. Then the private enterprise or public investment can use the social housing development fund. So also the people buy the social housing after the 5 years, they can sell their apartment. So with me, okay, we have some the key for the social and housing smart development. Smart city means a smart development. So on the picture is just my project in Ha Long City. Yeah, we submit to the local government to build this project. So the smart development, we mean that we use the term of the affordable housing. And with the social and housing is our city authority give the land free for the developer, free, no check any the money. So the problem is now that we come back to subsidy the house maybe 20 years ago. But now we try to use the term of affordable housing. And also we can use prefabricated technology. And also we use small and medium apartment because the poor people or the low-income people just don't need the too large or too big apartment. And so the buyer accessing social and housing development fund with a very low interest rate, and also after 20 years they have to pay for the debt loan. And we can use the advanced construction material. Then we can use the term of the smart city by green planning and also the green architecture with recycled energy, natural energy. And transparency and simple buying process through the e-government with the public service. Because with the easy, the people, the low-income people or poor people can access to apply the application form to get the condition to buy the social housing and also to borrow the money from the fund. Yeah. And at the end, the cities can support to build the infrastructure around. We have the policy in the yellow with the green. So the urban area, the new urban area, investors have to spend 20% of land for the social housing. Yeah, just now we apply for own.
You have 1 minute.
Okay, just go to the end. And the key for social housing sustainable development, we have 4. It's the public space at the park and food service amenity. And also to create the condition for the people to do small business and create the condition for the people to transfer, rent, buy, and also change accommodation, flexibility. And at last, social housing meet the local need and culture. So the picture we just designed 2 months ago. Yeah, for one social housing in the north of Vietnam. Okay, so social housing, we apply in smart city. So in the picture, we have a 4 layer for smart city. It's a natural level, physical infrastructure, and digital infrastructure, and also service infrastructure. So we apply the term of the smart city for the social housing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing with us your successful project on social housing. Housing is indeed, it's not an issue only in Vietnam, but in many, many cities, even in developed countries like South Korea. And this is part of the rapid urbanization as well. So I go to last panelist, Marco Camia from UNIDO. Actually, I met him several years ago when he was with UN Habitat, and I just learned that he moved here to Indonesia. And I also gave him a chance to answer the question, but there is a question that I also have earlier. because we have never worked together with UNIDO from local governments association like UCH ASPAC. Maybe you can add later in your answer related to possibilities of collaboration, certainly. So yeah, you have the floor now for less than 10 minutes, highlighting this digital transformation.
Thank you, Bernardia. It's really a pleasure to meet you, and also to be part of this workshop discussing digital transformation, municipal finance, and national industrial policy. So as you know, so we focus on productive activities, so we support industry, we support services, and this is something that we can do also at the national level. But let me place this discussion into context. So we have discussed municipal finance in the previous panel, but something that probably was in the mind of the panelists, but it was not mentioned, is this issue of land value finance, land value capture. And you know, when I was at UN Habitat, we did a study on own source finance, and it turns out that small cities in developing countries, the own source finance was just $12 per capita per year. For middle income cities, it was $49 per capita per year. And for large cities, also in developing countries, it was $2,900. I'm sure that Bangkok is one of these cities, no? In large cities. But why this difference? Why? So if you go to small cities, middle-sized cities, so they don't have capacity to finance. So something is happening because from middle-sized cities to large-sized cities, so you see a big jump, $49 per capita, $2,900 per capita. So I think that there are a lot to do in order to increase on-source revenues. And I think one of the factors here is the lack of policies or the lack of a framework to implement land value finance, land value capture policies. That means that when the government implements betterment, when the government do a land readjustment, when the government provides a license to include floor space, the government also can take back some of the benefits as well as the landowners. And this is not, you know, it's not easy to do in a context where the governance or the technical capacity is not there. But it's something that it has to be done because this is the way how cities can finance themselves. And I think, and one proposal is that all local leaders in this room propose that next year, for the Finance for Development report, there is a chapter on how to implement land value capture in developing countries, in developing cities. And this will increase the resources that cities can have in order to implement better municipal finance. And that comes to the second point, that is subnational industrial policies. Because we tend to think that industrial policies are just implemented by central governments. But if you review the experience in the last 20 years of a successful investment, successful relocation or greenfield investment in many cities, it was, of course, the leadership of the country, the president, the ministries, but in great part, it was also part of the local leadership, so the mayors. And I invite you to review, this is an example, SDI Intelligence, that is a database with a number of cases on attracting foreign direct investment, and you see that the major actor on this, it was the mayor. The major actor by reiterating this, you know, is the leadership of the city. It's the leadership of the city that provides the condition for investment to come. And then when we discuss digital transformation, and again, we talk about smart cities, and smart cities, I think, is not the implementation of the last of the frontier technologies and have a city highly technologically advanced, but the smart cities is how we can implement that with the technologies and with the capacity that the city has, a city that has that is advancing on digital transformation. I mean, this is the key for cities in order to have a smart city that is coherent with the capabilities, financial and also technical resources in order to implement a policy. One thing I want to mention again, and this goes to finance, we did a study in 2020 estimating how much will cost to implement SDG 11 for cities. Yeah? And in 10 years, from 2020 to 2030, so the amount was 31 trillion. So that was the cost to implement SDG 11. And this is putting SDG 11, but also basic infrastructure. So water and sanitation, energy, and some other infrastructure that is needed, but now also including digital transformation, which is actually has become a basic infrastructure that is needed for cities. No? But when we estimated the potential funding for these for cities, and we put together pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, investment banks, and central governments, the total funding available was 3 times this. It's almost 98 trillion. So what is happening? So that means the funding and the money is there, but the money not necessarily is going to developing countries. Maybe it has to do with the legal framework, with the incentives that these funds need in order to go to developing countries. Maybe it's credit rating, but maybe it's more than that. So I will invite you to think about these things though. There is more money available than to fill the gap on SDGs, but the money is not going to developing countries. Second idea is that industrial policies can be implemented also at the subnational level, and there are a number of examples about this. And the third is that there is an urgent need for small and middle-sized cities to expand on-source revenues and to, and particularly emphasizing land value capture policies in order for cities to be sustainable.
Thank you very much. Please join me for a applause to Marco. You mentioned about this land value capture as one of the financial options. But I think you mentioned quite interesting that you're also highlighting the small, medium in size of cities as part of this land value capture. Because normally land value captures are only, in big shape in the big cities that attracts big economies. So I think this is a good point. And when we look at the number of population live in Asia, most of them live in small and medium-sized cities. I think this is quite interesting. Thank you very much. I still have 10 minutes here in case there is question from the floor. We have presentation via video, but it will be shown later during the break because of the time limitation. So I'd like to give floor now to our gentleman in the middle. Please.
Thank you so much. I'm not a gentleman.
Sorry, I couldn't see you well because of the flash of the slides. My apologies.
She was also called a gentleman because she has short hair. But anyway, my name is Doreen Nyanjura. I'm the Deputy Lord Mayor for Kampala, the capital city of Uganda. Allow me to start by appreciating the Deputy Governor of Bangkok. I should say that I found her presentation quite inspiring, especially where she talked about a livable city for all. A livable city for all and an inclusive city. And for me, I was particularly touched by that because that is equally our dream as Kampala. However, we always find challenges. We want a livable city, but we cannot afford to have a city that can accommodate both the rich and poor. Because for you to sustain the poor in the city, you need to cater for them. And from her presentation, I heard her talk about food banks. So you find this in a way becomes a limitation. Because yes, if you say you don't want poor people, you don't want slums, and you want to get them out of the capital city, but then you don't have an alternative for them, in the long run, it may actually not work. And that has been our biggest hindrance. I'm also interested in knowing, as someone who is so passionate about people who are differently abled, or you may call them people with disabilities, how exactly did you manage to give employment over 600 of them? Did you strictly ring fence positions for them? Do you have a section in your constitution that says maybe 40% of the jobs will go to people with disabilities? How exactly did you manage to achieve that? And I had my sister from Nigeria talk about the digital technology and how this was heavily embraced during COVID-19. And I realized definitely we seem to be talking from different points of view, because where I come from, there were actually demonstrations and protests during COVID-19 when we introduced teaching online, because we realized that the biggest percentage of our students were going to be left out. Students who come from poor backgrounds, who could not afford internet services. Where I come from, internet is not free of charge. You have to buy it. And for you to use internet, you must have a smartphone, which is still a privilege for the rich. So these are some of the limitations that are leaving us behind. And of course, for me, when I get a platform where we have representatives from the United Nations, I tell them that one of the things that we have talked about in my country, we have been saying, let us have direct financing to the local councils. Because when these monies are put at the national level, they have different priorities, and in some cases, we do not get this money at all, and therefore we end up losing. But we have also been campaigning and saying, look, when this money is given to the national, is given at the national level, it is misused, it is stolen, and therefore we do not benefit as citizens. And I am happy that finally some sanctions have been placed against some of the corrupt officials in Uganda. Thank you.
Okay, let me borrow this. Thank you for the question. I will try to be brief in this point, so I'm going backward. I'm answering the question of disabilities first. We have two tracks. The 606 that you actually see is the tracks of actually employees. These employees is actually we decide to work for them. Some of them is working with the digitized system that we create. So they are somehow at the center of the fondue system that we accept the complaint from the Bangkokian citizen, and we actually type back and we send the message to our district office. So this work is easily done. Even the disability with eyesight, you can have braille of a typing system to support them. And also the disability of actually mobility, that ones it actually can have support too. And the budgets is actually come from Bangkok budget itself in terms of creating this job and the environment to hire as an employees. But they are only employees in this 600 track. But we also have another track, which is civil service. Civil service, we don't create the job for them. The job is there in the system, the structure of civil service. However, we actually, because Bangkok has Bangkok Act, Bangkok is a spatial local government. The governor is from election, different from the other 76 provinces in Thailand. So by far with that, we can amend our own Bangkok Act to be able to actually given them the exam, the examination to actually enter directly to the system of Bangkok. So right now we have 9 of them that passed the exam, the standard exam that to come as a civil service, which means these track they can actually one day become a Secretary General or Permanent Secretary of Bangkok as with the top level in terms of disability. So we have 2 tracks, and supporting by the 600 tracks is actually Bangkok budget. The other tracks is actually the civil service kind of budget that also coming and support from the central government. The other question you're asking about how we actually do both sides in terms of the rich and the poor. My governor is actually campaign his election by the capillaries of Bangkok, in which the smallest people in the small alley, a very small people. So for the first 2 years, we actually had a lot of complaint by the middle class, upper class, that all of our policies is actually not wow. As a mega is still local leadership, I agree with you. With that kind of leadership, you have to maintain and stay pressed onto the capillaries first. And then, however, don't lack of cooperation with the other level of the society and bringing them in. A lot of projects that you see from my slide is CSR by the private sector who own a high-rise building or the department store. So that's we grab both of them in the same time. And also for the next 2 years, the other half of my term, we will actually focus on a little bit bigger and mega projects so that is serving all of every group within Bangkok itself. So it's just like that. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you very much. So for us in Nigeria, I just wanted to address the smart city housing and all that. We have a project known as upgrading slums. For any big cities, there's also always a slum. For us, to build a smart city and make it inclusive, we are trying to upgrade slums by providing the basic amenities for the slums area, right? Infrastructure, roads, and building blocks of houses for the slum area in most of the major cities in Nigeria. That's what we're doing. And concerning your question about the digitalization of education,
it was just a comment.
It's a comment, so I don't need to address it because it's actually the reality that is on ground, but it's until when the local governments have the autonomy that will enjoy most of the services down to those grassroots and local areas. For us in Nigeria, there's a percentage of services that is meant for the local government to do. So primary education is the major focus of the local government in Nigeria, while some of the infrastructures within the primary education is managed by the federal government. But you know, the local government in Nigeria are the ones in charge of managing primary educations, and you could see due to lack of finances, they've not been able to do well in that. So that's why we are asking for local government autonomy, for them to be able to manage their finances and also take their finances from the state government down to the local government. And it's a call to action for also development partners that are here to also see how they can support local government directly and not just passing their support through the national government. When you support the local government directly, just give them, financial reporting platforms that make sure that the funds are spent, they're accountable, and they're transparent in the process. Thank you.
It's not working. Thank you very much. I really have to end this session because of the time. But I think it's very clear for all the presentation that digital transition has been happening, and many local governments have made a big investment in creating smart cities, smart governments. But in the end of the day, we really need to invest in people. So how we can have smart people. Another point that I found interesting is that we have to look at also our local wisdom and have to have a local context and digital transitions. And digital transition has been speed up during COVID-19, and many local governments also created a lot of platforms for education, for matching between supply and demand, and those kind of things have been possible during COVID. I think this is also one opportunity that we gain during COVID, beside all these problems and challenges. But let me close by thanking all the panelists. You are excellent, and thank you for sharing. And I see also a lot of interest from participants to interact individually with you. for further discussions. So please join me for giving a big applause to all the panelists, and we will have a break for 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chandra Dewi, for leading the session. Very insightful indeed. And one more time, let's get a big round of applause for this session just before the coffee break. And we do believe that we need some refreshments before we continue with the last panel of the day. So we'll have 15 minutes to have some coffee and tea, some refreshments. And after the break, we'll come back with more exciting topic, which is going to be investment pathways to achieve the SDGs locally, triple planetary crisis, and the just energy transition. So for now, enjoy the coffee break and see you soon in 15 minutes from now.
I used to crave times I just need
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the ballroom. And please make way to your seats as we'll begin with our next agenda very soon. Once again, we'd like to invite everyone to be seated. We'll continue with our next agenda very soon. Thank you. We are ready for the last session of the day, and hopefully we can actually finish on time, because later on in the evening we have a welcome dinner for everyone. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and it is now the time for attention to focus on investment pathways to achieve these sustainable development goals locally amidst the triple planetary crisis and the imperative of a just energy transition. And for this, would like to invite the speakers for this session, Ms. Yvonne Lobos Alva, Senior Expert at the Stockholm Environment Institute. Let's give a big round of applause for her. And joining Ms. Yvonne, we'll have Honorable Mr. Gregorio da Cunha Saldana, Mayor of Dili, Timor-Leste. I hope he's here as well. Please join us on the stage. And would like to also invite to the stage Mr. Abdi Ahmed, Commissioner at the Oromia Planning and Development Commission, Ethiopia. Please join us, sir. And these distinguished leaders bring diverse perspectives on addressing climate change, biodiversity loss and pollution. And also to lead this session is a distinguished moderator with a wealth of experience in sustainable development. Please join us on the stage, Ms. Sarah Castro-Hallgren, Sustainable Development Officer at UNOSD. And with this, I'd like to hand over the stage to Ms. Hallgren. Go ahead.
Thank you very much to our excellent Master of Ceremonies, and to all of you for staying with us. And I think some of you have not stayed with us because you're still out having coffee, but I hope you will be joining us soon. We also had a last-minute addition to this panel that we will hopefully be able to include the different colleagues here to intervene. So I just wanted to start off this topic because we talk about climate change, and I think we've talked about it a lot today, and we talk about what's called a triple planetary crisis, but sometimes people don't know what the triple planetary crisis means. So what does this mean? This means that we have multiple challenges that are related to the environment. And that's the first one is climate change, which I'll come back to that. We have pollution. Pollution means many different kinds of pollution that has increased in the last 80 years. And then we have biodiversity loss. And for example, biodiversity loss, we have biodiversity underwater, on land, the trees, deforestation, desertification. 90% of the world's fish stocks are fully exploited, overexploited, or depleted. And so if we go to the next slide, when we talk about climate change, which there's something, the Paris Agreement that was adopted with the SDGs in 2015, then countries took that up in 2016. That Paris Agreement has this goal of limiting climate change, or limiting the emissions that are causing climate change. So if we go to the next slide, we want to limit the increase. Is there a clicker for the, here it is. So here, We want to limit the increase in the temperature. So what is climate change? Because sometimes you're talking to people, especially at local levels, or even I talked to my mom about this. She does not know what climate change is. She thinks it's the weather changing on a daily basis when I ask her. But it's not. And I talked to my mother-in-law in Sweden. She doesn't believe in climate change. She also thinks it's the weather changing on a daily basis. But climate change is not the weather changing on a daily basis. Climate change is the average increase over time. So that graph shows you the average increase over time. And what we're seeing is that every year is getting warmer. The average temperature is getting higher. So we want to limit that so it doesn't increase more than 1.5 degrees. And the next slide. There was another slide here that we put in to just explain this so we are all on the same page when we talk about this term climate change. I'll just try to see it. Yep. This one, so when we look at what we have in terms of information on the Earth and the Earth record, this is the temperatures on Earth since the beginning. You know, we have 65 million years ago, we could put on the graph. 65 million years ago, we're talking about this time of the dinosaurs still. Then people came along 5-7 million years ago where you have that little yellow family. So since the time that humans have existed on Earth, and then about a few thousand years ago when we started farming in Mesopotamia, Euphrates River, in this area of the world, that's how cold the Earth has been. So this is a period on the Earth that has been called the ice house. So what's going to happen with climate change and what we see and what we keep hearing, right, is these erratic weather patterns. And so what will happen is that it'll just continue to increase to go away from this blue period that humans have been living in and back to that orange period over there, which was more when the dinosaurs were around. So we don't really know if we're going to be able to farm, very well. So we're going to be talking about this in the panel today, this triple planetary crisis and what it means. And so why we need to understand how to make better investments around that. So we have our first expert, senior expert from Stockholm Environment Institute, who's going to start us off with an introduction to this. And so I would like to give the microphone for her, Ms. Yvonne Lobos Alva, to talk about this and what it means in terms of SDG localization. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you so much for the invitation for the organization of this event. It's been a pleasure already listening to all of your inputs and listening to all the realities of the different regions of the world represented here, so that I am extremely happy to be able to be here and share with you some of the work that we've been doing at the Stockholm Environment Institute, which is at the moment, I believe, the second spot, top 2 in terms of think tanks around the world because of the influence that we have on environmental policy. So we are a research institute that wants to work solving the problems that decision makers have. And what I wanted to show you today are a couple of tools that we have to prioritize investments, to prioritize financing, to prioritize the, say, most synergistic topics that you can have to implement the SDGs. So for these, I wanted to just give you a little preface just to say that a lot of the research or the tools that I will present here are based on work that we do at the global level, and you've heard the entry levels and the levers that have been mentioned in terms of the Global Sustainable Development Report, and our Deputy Director, Åsa Persson, was one of the co-authors of this report, and this is something that we bring into all of the work that we do in terms of, I really do truly believe that you have one of the most difficult jobs in what you do every day in trying to take these complex global agendas and then trying to figure out how you can implement them in your context and where to find the financing to implement them. And Ricardo mentioned this in the opening in session 1 a little bit in terms of how SDGs are connected all over, and we've done a lot of research at global level analyzing all of the research that you can find on the SDGs and trying to find out the ones that are really supporting other topics and the ones that are sometimes in conflict with each other. And this happens a lot when comparing social and economic topics, for example, with the environmental SDGs like 14 and 15, looking at oceans and ecosystems. It's really tricky to try to find options where all of the SDGs are winning at the same time, but we need to understand these conflicts in order to be able to avoid them and to make the best decisions possible. So I wanted to start by sharing an exercise that we did. So we got called by the Office of the Secretary General of the UN to conduct a baseline. We didn't have at the moment a global baseline on how SDGs are being localized at the different levels. And we did a study with many case studies. I believe Hawaii and Celeste, you were one of the case studies, so very nice to see you here. And in this baseline, we were trying to find out what the major challenges were at the local and the regional level for this implementation, just to be able to inform a little bit more the work moving forward and trying to figure out where those sweet spots are to move the agenda. And in this case, we came up with a baseline to figure out where the indicators were, but also a strategy, a 10-year strategy with indicators to also provide suggestions on how the local 2030 coalition can better support governments moving forward. So this is one of the examples that I wanted to mention, because I think that we need to really understand how the SDGs connect to each other at the most local level, because it will be very different from country to country and from city to city. In terms of this same methodology of baseline, we're now applying it, which is finished in all of the countries of the Amazon basin, because there's many combinations that you can do to try to understand these synergies and these connections. And in this case, it was for SDG 6 on water and 13 on climate, and trying to figure out how the SDGs connect at the biome level or at the Amazon level is also something that we need to understand, because then these type of areas connect the jurisdictions, connect all of your cities and your regions, and that brings a whole other level of difficulty to the implementation. And I wanted to mention that we also use the support of these tools that I will present to you, the two that I want to show you, that we use them also for the sustainable, well, the SDG reports at national and at local level. So we support national voluntary reports and also local voluntary reports. In case you're interested in learning more, I'm happy to share information. This is the one for Sweden in 2021. The country used our tools to analyze how the interactions between the SDGs were being shown in the implementation. And with this, I wanted to go into the first tool that I wanted to show you, SDG Synergies, which is openly available and can be used by anyone. And it's a tool that we are using to really apply systems thinking to the implementation and to the monitoring of the SDGs. So this is meant to help decision makers sort of find those ways to find triple wins to attack all of the crises and all of the issues that we have at the moment. So if you want to achieve energy transition and you want at the same time have economic development and at the same time conserve the environment, this type of tool can really show you that by looking at a process and a methodology that puts all of these connections into context and makes it evident how we can pick those topics that are the most important to begin implementation through those. And the second and the last tool that I wanted to show you is called Sapient. This one we developed together with the World Bank for several years. And the idea is that when you have large amounts of data, it's really tricky to find the time and the resources to really conduct an analysis and try to figure out how my programs, my policies, my projects are really implementing the SDGs, so that this type of tool can really help you monitor and evaluate that just by feeding in a lot of information and a lot of basically documents into this automated tool that can then in a couple minutes produce graphs like the ones you see on the slide and can show you which are the SDGs that you're really contributing to and the ones that will bring out the most impact for your investment. And this is the other example that I wanted to leave you with. The two links are for these tools in case you want to visit them and explore them, and I'd be happy to share more information about how we use them. As I mentioned, we support local governments in their reports and in their implementation, in their analysis. There's a lot of things that we still don't know, but we hope to engage with you as much as possible to be able to find all of those synergies and avoid as many conflicts as possible in SDG implementation. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Yvonne, for mentioning and that it's important that we think in systems. So at the beginning of the introduction, we were told to think in a system and holistically, and it's the Earth system. We also heard that today, and it's systems of systems. So much data, a lot of plans and commitments and things that we need to achieve. So it's very hard. So these tools can help how to prioritize, and Yvonne is a resource that you can speak to afterwards in terms of support for your local governments to make the decisions on how to prioritize. Because the challenge with SDGs is we say an investment in the social side can sometimes mean a trade-off for the environment side. But that doesn't have to be the case, because what we see in many countries is that it can be, with better guidance and some good tools and good thinking, you can buy one and get 15 for free, sometimes with the SDGs. So thank you, Yvonne. Next, we would like to have the Honorable Mr. Mr. Gregorio da Cunha Saldaña, who is the Mayor of Dili, Timor-Leste. So he will give us a statement, and Timor-Leste is a small island developing state, so we look forward to hearing his perspective. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon for all. This is the first time for me to participate in this forum. Thank you for the invitation from organizing committee. Timor-Leste is a new country. Strongly committed to advancing issues related to climate change, despite not having enough experience compared to other countries on the issue of the triple planetary crisis. As a small country in South Asia, we're concerned to the impact of global climate change. This change has had a hook impact of environment, agriculture, economic growth, social life, and many other aspects. We are not the country products many of gas emissions, factories, industries, and pollution, but we have become part of these impacts. Therefore, we are not passive in the face of the global crisis. Our government has taken the necessary steps to address the global problem, especially how we should survive and maintain sustainable development, prioritizing environment issues, pollution, and biodiversity. National politics and framework to support local efforts, priorities to the government of Timor-Leste to address the issues of global change and pollution. To prevent environment deterioration, improve environmental management, and protect the environment throughout the country, the government of Timor-Leste priority objectives in the area of the environment are to strengthen the institutional and local framework for the sustainable use of natural resources, promote environmental awareness and environmental education, improve intersectoral coordination to include environmental concerns, in develop programs, build the capacity institutions responsible for environmental management, and strengthen national and international partnership for the better environment management. Establish policies geared towards protecting the environment, reducing pollution, and developing biodiverse ecosystems. Our government has established some strict rules. One of the policies is zero plastic. The zero plastic policy aims to reduce plastic waste as well as pollution caused by the excessive use of waste. In addition, the government is also setting up a waste management system and a recycling system. The aim is not only to reduce pollution caused by waste, but also to recycle waste into economical value goods. The government strictly applies policies and controls on imported goods, both through land transport, sea transports, and air transport, to ensure that any goods entering Timor-Leste do not have a serious impact on the environment. These goods include food, industrial equipment, vehicles, chemicals, and other goods. The establishment of this law aims to protect our country, pristine biodiversity, and at the same time protect our country from pollution with harmful and environmentally damaging chemicals. The government of Timor-Leste is constantly promoting socializing and awareness raising about environmental education, global climate change, pollution, and biodiversity. This starts from the level of the national government right down to the lowest level of the apparatus. This socialization also involves all components of society, including educational institutions, NGOs, religious institutions, universities, traditional institutions, village governments, state officials, and environmental activities. The central theme of each socialization is to raise people's awareness and invite them to actively participate in preserving the environment in order to support the sustainable of any social and economic development plan. Renewable energy. Renewable energy sources can contribute to economic growth and reduce poverty levels in remote rural areas. In addition, they contribute to a less polluted environment and to mitigation the impact of climate change in fulfillment of the commitments made in international conventions. In this context, studies will be resumed with a view to implementing renewable and non-pollution energy production projects such as hydroelectric energy production using water courses, according to feasibility studies on the potential of hydroelectric projects. Wind energy, according to the preliminary studies already carried out, especially in mountains regions where there is potential to install wind turbines. Solar energy, continue to develop studies and promote initiatives that use Timor-Leste favorable climate and daily sunlight rates to install solar energy production systems. Biomass energy, include studies and projects for the production of energy through plants, agriculture waste, and animal waste, as well as domestic and industrial waste, which can be turned into biomass and converted into electricity. The Timor-Leste government will therefore advocate the following actions in the National Strategic Development Plan, SDP 2011 to 2030. Blue economy. The government will continue to implement the Haunia Timor, Haunia Tasi. It means my ocean is my Timor. Timor campaign and will give priority to defining and implementing a strategy for the development of Timor-Leste blue economy, for the sustainable growth of the nation, including the preservation, conservation, and sustainable use of our ocean resources, and the promotion of initiatives and programs aimed at the environmental, economic, and social sustainability. Timor-Leste is a coastal state with a vast maritime zone, with a coastline of around 700 kilometers and a potential exclusive economic zone of around 75,000 square kilometers. Timor-Leste's identity is onshore in the sea. Timor-Leste is committed to the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. In the specific case, drought support and commitment to Sustainable Development Goal 14, which advises conserving and sustainable using the oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development, including also, and more recently, the voluntary commitment to specific targets at the United Nations Conference in New York in June 2017, which now needs a new commitment. The Timor-Leste government will thus promote the joint and dynamic efforts of various ministries and public entities, especially those with responsibilities in the areas of agriculture and fisheries, the environment, foreign affairs, petroleum, state administration, defense and security, for the successful and sustainable development of the economy. Dili municipality authority is to ensure that all residents and population in Dili have adequate electricity to support their daily activities and to promote economic and social growth. And we are looking to provide an alternative energy considering the growth of the city and its population near future. The renewable energy includes hydroelectric energy and wind energy. Both are other options to support the inclusion of growing city, as well as to promote and enhance the sustainability of environmentally friendly for the city. Dili municipality authority are planning to reorganize the city of Dili with an urban environmentally friendly, reorganizing public space, creating more green space and urban parks, structuring adequate spaces for people, reorganizing the building infrastructures, regulating the mobilization of transport, and ensuring the level of carbon emissions due to the excessive use of transport. Dili's urban reorganization aims to give the residents to improve their economic and social lives and to have equal opportunities in the development process itself. The urban plan commits to reduce climate change impacts caused by the development of infrastructures, energy, and the growth of population. Dili Municipality Authority are endeavoring to reorganize the garbage management system, which has a negative impact on society and the environment. Garbage will be recycled into items with a product's economic value. Regulation and policies are being established, while rubbish management is being intensely socialized through the media and government elements, international institutions, the private sectors, NGOs, and the committees are being involved in waste management. These efforts are aimed at preserving a healthy environment, protection biodiversity, and reducing excessive levels of pollution. Dili are currently working with the US government and municipal waste management This plan is currently underway and is expected to recycle what's water from homes, offices, factories, and public drainage to be further treated and turned into the clean water. The main objective is to reduce the discharge of wastewater into the sea, which can have a negative impact on marine biota and the balance of the ecosystem. In addition, the system will also reduce water pollution and have a healthy impact on the community. Delhi Municipality Authority are currently working with JICA and Union European for the climate change resilience, for promoting the readiness of the community to prevent natural disasters. The activities include reforestation, support the government regulation on climate change, capacity building for the local people, media campaign, and infrastructure and environment protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the Honorable Mayor of Delhi, and it's really great to see that as one of the newest countries that we have among the United Nations member states, you are making so many investments into your progress to address the triple planetary crisis of climate change, the pollution challenges, and the biodiversity loss that you've had. So it's really heartening to hear that, and I'm sure we can share your speech as well in the WhatsApp group. With this, I would like to move to our final speaker that we have, who is representing one of the most important regions of Ethiopia, the Oromia Planning and Development Commission. So Commissioner Mr. Abdi Ahmad, I would like to give you the floor to share us your perspective from Ethiopia.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this important event to invite me here to speak, to share our experience, the experience of Oromia regional state. As you know, Ethiopia is one of the countries in the Horn, which is among the most vulnerable countries in the Horn of Africa, where the loss of 4 consecutive rainy seasons has led to a lot of crises, including about more than 36 million persons who have been affected by drought, and then about 8.9 million livestock were reported dead. We have seen a lot of our cattle dying in front of us because of the consecutive loss of rainy seasons. In addition, over 60 million persons in the region or in the Horn of Africa were unable to access water, and 20.5 million are experiencing food shortage. As our agriculture is entirely, mostly rain-fed, the drought has had a lot of impact on our livelihood and in the sector which is contributing more than 40% of GDP, and the sector that is supporting over 70% of the livelihood. And in relation to this, the poverty level has been very high. As you can see, about 68.7% of the people have been exposed to multidimensional poverty, while 53.3% is the intensity of poverty. And in addition to this, there is a loss of livelihood, which led people to change the land to different in order to make a living. They have been engaged in deforestation, and also they have been living on biofuels, and waste fuels has been the major source of energy in Ethiopia. Over close to 97% of the population have been relied on biofuel. So you can see the level of damage that is happening to the environment. And about 99% of the energy produced from the biofuel goes to the residential use. We have, of course, we are building one of the largest hydropower dam, but still the contribution of electricity that we generate out of hydropower is very small. So the main consumption of energy is from the bio environment. So about 49% of Ethiopian population, where the rural is only about 35%, and urban area 96% has access to electricity. And we have about over 60 million people who have no electricity right now. And in relation to this, only 8% of the population has access to clean cooking water. These pictures I snapped just in my neighborhood 2 years ago. You can see people living in one of the in the second largest city where I live are relying on wood, fuel woods. They collect from around, and also most of the urban people are still using charcoal as source of energy. And the climate change and the conflict accelerated the rural-urban migration, which has added additional pressure on the on urban centers. There are a lot of people who are living in squatters, and also people living in slum areas. The percent of population who are living in slum in Ethiopia is over 63% right now. So this is one of the consequences. And in addition to this, with increasing the number of people with unsustainable production and consumption in urban centers, we have one of the poorest municipal solid waste management. Only 79% of all plastic waste remain uncollected, with only 9% recycled and 12% incinerated in major cities in Ethiopia. Of course, we have done some work on, we have tried to conserve the environment through implementing the climate resilient green economy, which we introduced in 2011. Both we have adaptation measures and also mitigations. We have tried to increase to some level the forest coverage, but the level of damage has been greater than the level of recovery from this. In addition to this, we have tried to conserve about 54 million hectares of degraded land, which has been identified to be restored, with 11 million hectares of are marked as the highest priority, mostly in the areas suffering from or at risk of severe erosion, ecosystem degradation, and food insecurity. As you can see here, Ethiopia has strengthened its commitment towards climate change, and it has, in its renewed national determined commitment, we had promised ambitiously to reduce emission by about 64.5% in our first national determined commitment. But in the recent one, we have increased that one up to 68.8%. It is, of course, an ambitious, which we have been thinking to achieve. There are so many changes in the new, in the national determined contribution. So in addition to the additional commitment to reduce emission, we have increased the number of measures that we take in terms of mitigation and also adaptation in our strategy. When I come to the Oromia regional state, where I have come from, the region is covering over 40% of Ethiopia's population. It is a region where 2/3 of Ethiopia's forest is located, and also it is the origin of Arabica coffee. And the region is contributing over 50% of crop production and 44% of livestock population. And mostly our people are living in rural areas, and the livelihood of these rural people, for more than 78%, they are dependent on this rain-fed agriculture. So you can imagine the level of vulnerability that we have. And we have 43% of pastoralists who are frequently being hit by this, the problem. Oromia's high forest, however, gives water to over 30 million people along the east dryland, including the Somali region, the Republic of Somalia, and the northern part of Kenya. It has also one of the most interesting traditional system which is called Gada system, which has been registered at UNESCO. I'm raising this because the system has in its own natural resource conservation element. It's very important. If we exploit this opportunity, we can use it as one of the mitigation strategy. And also, Oromia in the southeast forest is sheltering globally important biodiversity with endangered endemic species such as Ethiopia wolf, or the red fox, and the mountain nyala. However, due to the climate change, this biodiversity and all the forest resources that we have are currently under a lot of serious threat. So climate mobility has led many of our people used to migrate. In addition to conflict, about 40%, the largest proportion of migrants, immigrants especially, are originating from Oromia. Just recently, the SDG 2024 report put Ethiopia second to Afghanistan in terms of the number of informal migrants who have died on their way to search for livelihood. Oromia is implementing the different measures to curb the deforestation, forest, and land degradation, including forestation, watershed management. We have done a lot of things in Oromia regional state to, as a measure of adaptation, where so many people have been affected, livelihood has been damaged, especially in pastoralist areas. We have developed so many water reservation infrastructures. So one of the most important things that we are implementing is the Oromia Landscape Program Emission Reduction Project, which is underway in Oromia. Through this project, we have tried to preserve natural forest to about 2.6 million hectares of natural forest, which has been brought under participatory forest management through this program. And also we are pioneering in terms of reduction of emission from deforestation and forest degradation program. One of the programs that is being implemented is around Bali Mountain, and the other one is in Ilua Babur region. And we have also another program which is being funded by the national government and the regional government, which is called the Green Legacy Initiative. So it started back in 2019. Since then, we have managed to plant over 32 billion seedlings, out of which Oromia has planted over 18 billion seedlings. In the new Ethiopian fiscal year, we have a plan nationally to plant 7.5 billion, where Oromia is going to take the largest majority, about 5.5 billion. So when we started this program, our forest coverage was 17.2%. In 2023, we have reached 23.6% coverage. So we are planning to reach in 2030 to have 13% coverage of our forest. This is a very recent evidence. So in terms of the relationship between climate change and the urban dynamics, the key area of strategic focus, because it is very much intertwined with the rural livelihood and urban livelihood, we are focusing on 4 areas. The first one is on food security, which has it constitutes a lot of work that we have to do in terms of environment and in terms of the livelihood. Skills development, entrepreneurship, and also the application of e-governance. So as a region, we have these things as a key strategic areas we do. And then we are working on the people and on the land. We have a new plan which is centered on people and also on land. With land, the main thing is on preserving the environment and the urban greenery. So introducing initiatives in priority sectors such as urban agriculture, cottage industry, trade, ICT, and other service sectors, the areas where we are going to do a lot. So building urban greenery, parks and protected areas and biodiversity corridors are also part of the plan. and integrated climate change consideration into environmental impact assessment for proposed projects, for any project that private investment or whether foreigner or local investment are doing, they have to undergo this strict assessment. And also, we are implementing different regulations, policy strategies that protect water, air, and sound pollution, including the new national plastic waste management strategy and the roadmap that we have at national level. So very recently, we have joined the nationally launched campaign on protection of pollution. In this, we have done a lot of work, engaging so many people to take action against pollution. In relation to this, we are opting for reusable water bottles instead of plastics, and we are supporting plastic reduction, reuse, and recycling, investing in cleaner energy sources such as solar, wind, and geothermal power, sustainable transportation options, public transport, cycling, and walking. In all, we are taking measure to develop the urban centers where we will have more public spaces, walkways, and so forth. We have stricter regulation also in industrial emission and promote proper sanitation and hygiene practices. The financial needs, one of the financial needs is our current financing option, including we are trying to increase local revenue bases, trying to use community mobilization, free citizen service, where we have done a lot of work, especially in terms of green legacy, planting seedlings. And we are using the traditional from the GADA system, we are introducing self-help mechanism, which has been growing to a national financial institution right now. And we are trying to use Urban Social Protection Fund and Family Prosperity and public-private partnership. On the other hand, with the implementation of Oromia Forestry Landscape Program in the region, we have planned to reduce over 23 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent from the year 2022 to 2029. Out of this, we are trying to reach an agreement to get finance for only about 4.8 million tons, only 20% of the total emission reduction. So we need over 80% to be financed. That is why we are strongly looking for opportunity to buy this, or for buyers and funding organization to invest in the construction on these conservation activities and emission reduction ideas. So we also need investment or funding in areas such as water and sanitation infrastructure building, clean transportation infrastructure, energy efficient housing and urban mobility development, investment in cleaner energy, infrastructure and supply chain, digitalization, technology infrastructure, skills and entrepreneurial development, industrial and innovation capability in resource-based industries, especially, capacity building for both private and the public administration. With this, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. So we really heard how you are tying everything in terms of the water, energy, food, ecosystems nexus, the triple planetary crisis, and even the financing, the investment pathways, such as with RED+. And so we heard in the last panel, someone mentioned payment for ecosystem services. So these forest carbon capture services you are financing through RED+, and your commitments now through water and biodiversity preservation. So it's really impressive that you put this forward. So with you, your presentation is really inspiring. I feel like we have a positive and bright future in your region. So thank you very much for sharing that. I would like to go directly to the floor and open for any questions in the interest of time and just to hear your perspectives. So does anybody have a comment or question for our panelists or in general on the topic? Yes, here, please introduce yourself.
Je vais parler en français.
C'est bon.
Ok. Bonsoir, je m'appelle Noa Marie-Angèle, je viens du Cameroun. Je voudrais revenir un peu pour soutenir l'idée de mon collègue gambien qui a parlé de la pression à mettre à nos gouvernements par rapport aux EDD. Et je crois que je proposerai aux organisateurs que la prochaine fois, qu'on puisse inviter ne fût-ce que les ministres chargés du développement local pour qu'ils viennent s'imprégner des réalités, parce que quand nous rentrons, nous faisons des rapports, ce n'est vraiment pas ça. Et je reviens pour cette thématique. Nous parlons de la pollution et du changement climatique. Nous vivons ça cette année. Moi, je suis dans une mairie à vocation rurale où nous vivons que de l'agriculture. Cette année, on n'a pas pu faire de l'agriculture parce que nous subissons ce changement. Il n'y a pas eu de pluie. Donc, du coup, on aura beaucoup de famine dans ma localité. Et j'ai assisté à une réunion avec des chefs d'État à Lausanne parce que les pollueurs et les changements climatiques, ceux qui polluent, c'est les grandes puissances. Il était question que ces grandes puissances reversent au pays en voie de développement un fonds pour reboiser. Ça n'a pas été fait. Donc, du coup, si le gouvernement ne reçoit pas, ça signifie par conséquent, nous, au niveau local, nous subissons. Le bois est coupé chaque jour, au moins 200 camions de bois qui sortent par jour. Donc, vous comprenez que nous n'avons pas des moyens pour limiter cette coupure abusive de bois. Par conséquent, nous subissons effectivement ce changement climatique. Je ne sais pas ce que les Nations Unies peuvent faire pour mettre fin à ça, alors qu'il y a eu la déclaration de Paris qui n'est pas suivie. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. So I would like to give this question, maybe you have a reflection from Oromia, because she is speaking about the challenges that they have with drought. They are highly dependent on agriculture, like many economies, and especially in rural municipalities, and they have challenges with financing. So she is calling on us to, in the next Mayor's Forum, to also bring ministries of finance and national government to strengthen the financing for dealing with things like drought. So I think from the perspective of Ethiopia, where you have drought from a long history of drought now, but also increasing challenges with drought, how can you maybe answer this question? We are focusing on multi-level governance, and we will discuss this tomorrow, but how can you answer or reflect on the comment that she has made?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. How we are dealing with this problem we are trying to seek solution from locally. We are channeling the resources that we have to areas where people are extremely highly vulnerable. And we are prioritizing all the projects, especially the water conservation project, water harvesting, and trying to introduce, these days, we are producing wheat in desert, in pastoral areas. This is one of the major things that we have done. And we are constructing warehouses and also producing forage for the cattle so that we will not face the same problem that we have been using. So the most important thing is trying to channel the resource that we have in the areas the most vulnerable, and then trying to coordinate efforts from local private sector and from the development partners, and also from any voluntary organization that are willing to solve this problem. So the kind of the coordination of all stakeholders at the local level is one of the essential things that we are working on. And the level of commitment at the local and national and also regional level has to be increased in terms of political commitment. That is the main thing that I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So the multi-level commitment, the partnerships, the local engagement for the finance, and of course there is finance, like loss and damage fund, climate finance that we mentioned, but the challenge is bringing it down to the local level. So these PPPs and coordination are essential. And so we take your statement on having more ministries and ministries of finance engaged in these activities on board. Thank you. And we have a reaction also from Stockholm Environment Institute.
Yes, thank you very much for your input. It was very interesting to hear your thoughts from the Cameroonian experience, because I think, or what I would like to add to what you were saying, is that made me think of how important it is for us as researchers or scientists to engage more also on these issues, because as Sarah was saying, sometimes the financing is there, there's large pots of funding for these type of activities, but the actions need to have a relevance to the issue, as you were saying, to what is happening on the ground, to solving a concrete issue as drought. But they also need to have a wider methodology behind them. They need to have particular requirements to fulfill the processes that you need to access this funding. And I think that alliances between science, local government, and then the financing entities are really crucial to make sure that we can comply with these more global thoughts and more global objectives, and at the same time implement activities that are relevant on the ground. So of course I would love to put you in touch with our office for Africa, is based in Nairobi, for the Stockholm Environment Institute, and I'm sure that they would be happy to discuss further specific actions to develop and to present to any type of interested funder.
Thank you, Yvonne. Do we have any other comments and questions on this topic? Yes, from Malawi, I believe. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is His Maklini Nyangu from Malawi, Kasungu Municipal Council. I'm very much interested with the statement which was made by the mayor from Didi, Timor-Leste, who expressly did his part on what they are doing at their municipality. In fact, the environment has been spoiled very much by these very thin plastic papers, which are very hazardous to the environment. I've seen them doing a lot of work, maybe the collection of garbages along the beaches as well as the rivers, doing even a celebration of the World Ocean Beach Day, advocating for stronger environmental enforcement to these particular areas. Now, my interesting question that I've seen that there was an answer that there is a need for the ministers of finance to be amongst us during this particular type of mayors forum, so that they can assist in the funding of some of the activities which are supposed to be there during the maybe work of making sure that the environment is not polluted. Now, my question that whenever the activities of this type are taking place, I think there are some challenges which are always there. Because there is, for example, in my municipality or in our country, there is a resistance from the local manufacturers of these particular thin papers, where they have been bringing in injunction so that they can continue manufacturing these thin papers, which are very hazardous to the environment. I don't know how are you, coming up with these particular challenges in your country, because we have seen that it shows that you are doing well on that particular area. And even trying to raise funds for those particular activities in order to sensitize the people around. So I think this is a very important and very unique on the part of making sure that the environment is being well looked at. And again, on the advocating of a strong environmental enforcement maybe to your municipality. I don't know what is your major challenges whenever you are trying to enforce this particular environmental enforcement, so that everybody is taken aboard when you are doing all those things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have reaction? Yes.
Thank you for the question. My country, we are the new in the world, but the big problem in our country is the waste, the garbage. So our government effort to cooperate with the various organization there and the people in the local people, local structure, to how to reduce the the rubbish in Delhi. So the problem is not easy for our country, but we can do effort to involve the people, involve the community to clean our city. The government continue support our people, including how to finance the collection of the rubbish in the city, and to receive the support from the many international organizations in our country to clean the city. I hope my answer.
Thank you. Yes, and I think from Oromia also we heard about the behavior change problem. That very little plastics is actually recycled. So, do you have a final reaction as well to this question?
Yeah, that's the most important thing in this aspect is now, even if the government is doing a lot of things in this area, without changing the attitude of the people, nothing will happen, because we clear the channels every day using machines, and at the same time people bring and dump a lot of wastes in that. So we have to change. This is one of the areas that we have to strongly work on. So it's a very important aspect. So we are going to, when we center on people and land, one of the pillars that we are working on is changing the attitude of the people, so that they will be part of the force that transform things forward. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And so indeed, behavior change is really important. And also when we talk about the source of the emissions, the majority of the emissions come from energy, and this behavior, like you had the picture of the women carrying the firewood. So we talk about just energy transition. And so I just wanted to mention, we worked with our colleagues from ICLE, UN Habitat, and others on a policy brief for this issue of just energy transition, which is particularly important for cities. So with this, I just want to close and mention that our colleague from ICLE is here, Mr. Arif Wibowo. We don't have time maybe to give him the microphone, but you can say hello, Mr. Arif Wibowo.
Hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the short time. I think I would like to share our experience on behalf of ICLE Indonesia. We have a kind of pilot projects. How can to strengthen local government to show that we have a strong commitment in terms of implementation of these SDGs through renewable energy. We have 3 countries actually, Indonesia, Argentina, and Kenya, yes. And then one of our pilot province is West Nusa Tenggara. So based on our support, and then the governor very convinced to show their commitment when we had COP in Glasgow 26, you know, and then the government coming to there, and then they commit to achieve zero emission by 2050. It's very strong commitment, but I think it's providing local governments to show that we have to show what our need to national government. So what we can do, we did a kind of providing capacity building to develop renewable energy roadmaps until 2050. Based on that, we can leverage what is our potential renewable energy there. So I think this is our homework in the future. How can based on this study, we can encourage other local government to show what is our needs. So I think it's good experience for Indonesia, and I think we can share, because hydrogen is one of the options of this renewable energy in this province. So I think in line with national government, so I think bottom-up approach should be provided by local government approach. So it means our local capacity is very important to show what our needs to show the national government. So at the national level, they can provide a national policy, national engagement, inviting investment and so on. I think that's some approach that probably we can share with other local government, and hopefully renewable energy could be one of our challenge to implement SDG goals at local level. I think that's my short sharing. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you so much. Yes, the local engagement, local capacity is essential, because at national level for just energy transition, all of these global commitments being made on plastics, the financing, climate financing, this is happening at national level, but also local engagement is important. It is happening too, but what we hear is it's not enough and more capacity is needed. So thank you very much. Green hydrogen is another field, hydropower that was mentioned, all of these investments. So we really take this on board. And climate mitigation is important to deal with the challenges like Cameroon mentioned of drought. So we have to mitigate everywhere that we can, the emissions, and make it just energy transition that's inclusive for all and achieves SDG 1, but at the same time helps people to adapt to climate change, because regardless, climate change is happening already, and we really do need to invest in adaptation and mitigation. So I hope you will discuss with our panelists and others. And with this, I would just like to move to summarize our points in the interest of time, because we have gone 33 minutes over the planned time, and we have a wonderful welcome dinner today. So I just want to quickly summarize. We heard about these issues of climate from the beginning today, but we also heard about the importance of partnerships as a tool that we can take forward into tomorrow. Partnerships, local councils, the importance of the national and the local, the importance of being able to invest in our capacity development, the learning, and then also the importance of finance, the national to local finance, and that local government finance, we heard, is also sustainable development financing, or financing for achieving the SDGs. And there is a gap. There is a strong gap that we know about, but there are solutions that we heard about. And from Mayor Noirani Roslan, we heard in the first panel, actions speak louder than words. So I would like to close today with that the actions speak louder than words, and we need to take this into our discussions tomorrow and collaborate amongst ourselves too, because we can also be partners to take this forward. So with this, we will close the day, and I think I will give it back to our Master of Ceremonies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sarah Holgren. And yes, big hands for all the speakers as well as moderator, who not only led the discussion but also wrap up with all the highlights that we had throughout the day in our engaging panel sessions. And that means it is a wrap as well for today's first day of 2024 IMF. And we would like to invite everyone for a dinner. We do have information for that though. Dinner session for the mayors, governors, and head of delegation will be held at On 5 Grand Hyatt Restaurant, and the other participants and delegates at Foyer Ballroom Grand Hyatt. And we believe that you were given out some batik costumes. Please do wear them for some very cute pictures and maybe some contents for social media, perhaps. And yes, that's a wrap for today. Bear with me. We'll meet again tomorrow morning. Hopefully, it's going to be a fresh day tomorrow. And for now, enjoy your dinner in a more relaxed settings. And maybe you can talk about what we had today in a very, very light and more cheerful way. Thank you very much. Have a great evening. My name is Rahma Alia signing off for now, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.